Hello, everybody, and welcome Mystery with Mr. Belgic. I'm here today with Melissa, Jeff, Altug, and it's not enough.
Hello.
We will have some amazing guests tonight. I hope so. I'm sorry, I'm late, but I'm sorry also for last week because my internet connection and my internet provider was absolutely horrible, and it was not possible to make a decent show. Plus, I have been hacked, so my StreamYard of my StreamYard account. So I have a lot of problem with StreamYard, YouTube, Google, but it's done. It's it's okay, and I've paid the third of the price for 1 year to have StreamYard for 1 year. So I'm really happy for StreamYard. Thank you, StreamYard. It's an excellent gift. And I would like to say, first start by Melissa and Jeff. Hello, how are you doing?
We're good.
Good. Hi, Al. How you doing?
Yeah, we missed everybody last week also. But, hey, Druzer.
We have Druzer here, the most impartial person in the earth.
How's it going,
It's
everyone?
Mr. Judge.
Great. Good to see you.
I really like this. I really like that because you are really impartial, and when it's not correct, you say so, and when it's correct, it's correct. When it's not correct, it's not correct. And I really like this in a case like this because you need to stay impartial. And I try to be like you, Drew. I really like to be like you and fight against my own theory all the time. All the time.
I respect your
But-
open-mindedness as well. You're
yeah,
very good
yeah.
at that.
Yeah. You need to stay open-minded for everything, and because it's a really difficult case, and like I said, it's been more than 50 years. Then everybody is looking for the Zodiac. Nobody has found him, and a lot of people, really more clever than I, had tried to find him. Never caught. The FBI had tried. The CIA had tried. Never caught. The police had tried. Never caught.
Yeah,
A lot
I
of
think
people really intelligent have tried, and he's never been caught. So I think we need to stay open-minded and stay in a way that we don't know who he is, and stay with the fact will lead you to a theory and not the opposite.
yeah. Well, I try to stay open-minded, but at the same time, I'm definitely cynical. I don't see a lot of evidence to suggest that his name is anywhere in the files or that there would
No.
be any way that we could possibly stumble upon him. I still
I
look.
agree.
I'm still
No,
open
no,
to
I agree.
hearing about new
It's
new
difficult.
suspects.
It's difficult, and in plus, like I have already worked on different case. I know that sometimes, and not always, but sometimes the police hide some information they don't want to release to the public because it's not a cold case, not a complete cold case. So they keep some stuff from them for because it's like this, and it's not always the case. It happens, and we have
In this case, we have an unbelievable amount of released material. It's just astonishing. It seems clear to me that at least 25 years ago, that authorities did all they could to empower the public with information about the case.
and just for 4 crimes, it's amazing. When you see
Yeah.
the assassination of JFK, we are talking about 15 million page. It's
Yeah.
crazy. So yeah, we are just talking about one case, and it's really really hard to figure out what's going on. And we have Altuk. from Turkey.
Hi.
How are you doing, my
Hi.
friend?
I'm very fine. Everything's everything's okay. Just keeping to work in my day job and also on the Zodiac, of course. And sometimes it's not possible to do both at the same time, but I'm trying. And today here I'm more like the guy without an agenda who just follows the discussion and tries to contribute where he can. So thanks for having me. I'm the cannon fodder of the show.
I feel the same, Alpug. I have nothing prepared, nothing on my mind. Hope I can help.
Yeah, Druzer, we like these more carefree guys, don't have a person of interest necessarily. So life is a bit easier for us. I don't know.
It is for me.
Yeah, others have to make a case. Yeah, so yeah, but it's wonderful to be here with all you wonderful people. So I'm very grateful for the invitation and for being here. Let's have a great night together and discuss the Zodiac.
Yeah, and for Melissa and I, we're coming from a different angle because we have a suspect, and it just so happens to be my grandfather. So our my looks of things, our view of things are probably a lot different than everyone else that don't have a family member they are, I guess, accusing of being that.
Have you guys read all of the police reports yet?
I would say 50% of them. So the ones in the Brian Hartnell police reports, the Darlene Farron police reports as well, I've read.
Right.
But other than that,
you got a ways to go then.
Yeah, exactly. I've read some of the FBI files on the Bates case, and Department of Justice files, but I've got over 100 pages right here of military records that I've also need to familiarize myself with. And it's taken me time. It took us about 18 months just to get our hands on this because of the pandemic, and the National Archive was delayed and had a huge backlog. And finally, I had to call and say, this is related to a criminal investigation. Can you please send the file? And then they sent it within 5 days. They sent it within 5 days. But yeah, I mean, it's a good, healthy, file.
You realize, of course, that you should go through the case files before your suspect files.
And we had we had 18 months to do that. Again, I had to take 8 months off to take care of my mom. So just like Alchuk said, we work full time. I wish we could dedicate 80 hours a week to this case, but we can't. So obviously, before we went public with this, we did a lot of research just to refamiliarize ourselves with this case, because we're not sleuths. We're not like, hey, we've been investigating the Zodiac for 14 years and because we just have an interest in it. It was this fell in our lap because of something, his mother told us. And I said, I think she's crazy, but I'm going to look into it. And if I find out the first information she gives me is true, and it was confirmed to be true, I said, okay, well then let me build my profile around who her father is, because I didn't even know his first or last name. So I started from there, just first and last name, occupation, age. Did that match up? Was he in the vicinity during the times of the crimes? He was. And then I found out he's stationed there. And then I'm trying to narrow it down and investigate and familiarize myself with naval squadrons, which is not an easy thing to do at all. Because before I got the files, I had no idea. I'm like, can I at least, I don't know if I'll ever get the files. So can I figure out at least 2 or 3 squadrons he may have been at? Asking the family for a lot more information, pictures, handwriting, but also reading what you all have done, because you have really all laid the foundation. Yes, you have to be careful what you read, because, if somebody gives you incorrect information, sometimes the sleuths will take that and run with it. But I definitely, you, Druzer, like Richard Grinnell's website, even Tom Voight's, everybody, Graysmith.
Even Tom Voigt's?
I mean, I maybe read it. Michael Butterfield. I want to get everyone's perspective because I think like you all have something not every.
We do, and there's a lot of really good information out there. But
yeah,
there is no question that the foundation needs to be starting with the police reports. Learn the evidence that's actually been put forth and do your best to eliminate anyone before naming them publicly. And please do not do anything for profit until you have all,
Yeah, we don't need the money, and we have never been paid for this. We want the truth.
Good.
So,
Good.
I mean, I know Ned keeps saying, when are you going to write your book? When are you going to write your book? And the book is not necessarily my first priority at all.
Yeah, it's not
the
ethical.
victim family.
It's like,
yeah, we're spending our own money. We're like, we're over 20.
We're in the negative.
Over 20K already on just traveling and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, no fancy podcasts or anything. We just want the FBI's and law enforcement's attention. And we want to be able to point them if they feel that there is enough substantiation to find physical evidence. We want to be able to help because we believe that's
I've called back the FBI this week for 2 reasons, and one of them was the Zodiac. And I have asked to talk to the guy I have talked the other day, but he was not there, so they give me somebody else who were not aware about my research, and I have started to explain everything. But he told me, like the other FBI agents, that until we don't have new evidence or new material, they can't reopen the investigation. And they say we don't do that to annoy you. This is not the purpose. This is not the purpose at all. We don't do that because we are the FBI and we want to solve by ourselves this case. All the help is welcome, but if you don't come back, if you don't come forward with new information and new material, new evidence, real physical evidence, or new really hard stuff we can working on, we cannot reopen the case because we don't have much, so we don't have so much to reopen the case like this, and a prosecutor we will never be interested to reopen this case like this. So
I love t-shirts.
Well, Melissa was talking about looking for hard evidence, and indeed that is
nice
the only. Now, when we talk about physical evidence, this is a shot in the dark that you find some Paul Stein's wallet or a grizzled old black hood. Anything short of absolute crime scene physical evidence, they're not going to do anything about any suspect.
Very true.
Like you see this latest piece of crap documentary about the prime suspect in the case, and they're not going to look at that knife. Even with evidence like that, with a suspect like that, it's not going to move.
I'm sorry, which knife are you talking about?
In this latest Netflix documentary, they say that Arthur Lee Allen gave them a knife for no particular reason, no stated reason.
Right.
And they're trying to analyze it for evidence.
Yeah, but no result.
Well, they wouldn't even look to see if there was a result.
No.
Notice that it was not done in Susanna's lab. It was not done in a police lab.
Right.
And that they couldn't get they say they couldn't get an answer before releasing the documentary. I'm guessing that they will never get an answer.
Personally, do you have talked with her and asking her if she had made some?
No, I didn't bother. I have talked to her since, and it wasn't on her mind that she had Zodiac evidence. It's a ruse, is what it is.
Yeah.
If we found one thing in our research that ruled our suspect out, like timelines, and and when we hope to get more of a tighter timeline. I mean, are we going to abort this mission? I mean, we're kind of pretty far. I don't know how much further research we can do beyond that. And yeah, I mean, like it's just hope for the best after that. Yeah.
Well, it's read the police files.
Oh, right.
Well, so what if the police? There's a lot of inaccuracy in the police files, though, too, Druzer.
Yeah. True.
Such as?
It's like, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to look at all angles, but you're right. I mean, police files are huge. Perfect place to start. Can I memorize everything in them? No.
No one can.
But I definitely refer to them. They're a huge tool that we have. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah, it's what we know.
It's what we know. Right. It's what we know.
You'll find a lot of more inaccuracies in like the FBI files and the DOJ report. What you want to start with is the actual police files from each crime.
Right.
And remember, it was the 70s. They were in kind of conflict. They were not working together. The Valero Police Department was not working with Berryessa. They were not working with San Francisco.
They were actually. There's a bit of a myth surrounding that, which was emphasized in the film. But all of these organizations were working together, including Riverside.
But
they established a number of commissions, let's say, not only local police, but at some point I think FBI and other Department of Justice also got involved.
FBI offered their help. But it was not accepted. Right? Beyond checking handwriting analysis, but they weren't even given original documents for that, as far as I can see.
I thought you in the middle because you're the judge.
But I think what you say, Druzer, about the basic approach is right. For my part, I could say that I have read nothing except the police reports. That's where I started, and I never started out with a person of interest. Also, but my goal is still to create some sort of a profile that would help me to, to eliminate certain suspects, so that I focus on the right type of suspects, let's say, and that's a difficult task because I'm not a profiler. I didn't have a formal education for it, but what I do is I try to read up, do research on profiling itself. So a lot of my time not only goes into Zodiac research, but it goes into research on profiling, learning the concepts that help you to classify the crimes, learning to look at things, and so it's kind of an education that you try to get now in my late age also. I don't know if in my age actually education still works really, because maybe you become more rigid as you get older. But it's still my goal, to learn more about proper profiling, learning to ask the right questions, and meanwhile focus on the reports, not so much on the books that propose a suspect or
Exactly.
because what happens is, and it happened to me when I got a certain interest into Robert Hauser, it changes your approach. You try to look at the evidence in a way whether it points at Hauser or not. So that was something that still catches me sometimes, you know. You think like, oh, that's Hauser and things like that. But I think the proper way would be to not to undo this Hauser influence that was on me for a while, and I'm trying to do that. And look back to the reports. Look for an answer, as the profilers would call that. Yeah, and take away the names. They lurk somewhere in the background still, but actually they shouldn't. And also, I think that what you say about that this should be non-profit research, I really think that's important. It's not like we don't need funding for research. I would definitely need some funding to travel to the US, to go to these places and, maybe talk to some people. I would love to spend some time in Vallejo and in Benicia, in Napa, and talk to the elder people about the time the crimes happened. I don't know how many people you would find nowadays in that age range, but I think that would be really worthy to do. Hear the stories, hear the stories of the past from that time. Things maybe that weren't told to police, but which were, spoken about in town, let's say, and hearing some names, stuff like that. I would love to do that, but I don't have the funds to do this. But I also don't think I qualify as someone who would get funding for something like that.
That's exactly right.
So,
I mean, everything you're saying is exactly right. There's no fear of making profit on YouTube dealing with the Zodiac case because not nearly enough people care. But yeah, you're going about everything exactly right, and I don't think any profiler is worth a damn in this case unless they know at least more than us. Like John Douglas, for me, had very little chance at giving us a good profile because he was using Graysmith's book. He had no idea. Pat Brown is great, but she doesn't know the case at all.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, one profiler after another. It's nothing about them personally, but unless you know the case, you have nothing to offer. And it would be great to talk to people who were around back then. Of course, we're about 20 years late, and so that's where talking to people like Tom Voigt and Mike Butterfield, Mike Rodelli. There's lots of great researchers who have been on this for decades, who have done the work. Ray Grant has been on it for longer than anyone.
Yeah.
And he's talked to a lot of the investigators, Melvin Belli, a lot of the key players. And so, we may not agree with their theories, but their comments are gold for me.
No, I agree. I think one thing that's good about the police reports is that I don't know what word to choose, but they are innocent, let's say. There is no person of interest really when these reports are first written. It's just
exactly
in the week after the crimes, the people out there who worked on the case, they just try to bring together the material they have. It's not like they have some ideas about where to look for. Like we know that the Vallejo cops, they tried to intimidate some of the youngsters. Oh, it's drug related and blah blah blah. So they tried to find explanations for it. But when you look what gets into the report, I find that somehow the kind of information that has not yet been interpreted by someone else to serve a certain secondary purpose or something like that. It's just people doing their jobs. I don't say they're flawless. We see a lot of problems, like let's say the statements of some of the statements of the rangers at Napa, for example, are not included in the report, or they are cited.
Right.
But God knows what came in as a citation and whatnot. So, for example, we know that Cecilia Shepard said something about the looks of the Zodiac, etc., but it's not really in the report, for example. I don't know. I haven't seen it in the police reports. It's just blah, blah, blah said that, blah, blah, blah said. And so, but still, I think there is a certain level of innocence because these people do not try to prove that person X is the suspect. They just,
basically.
Yeah. So that's why I find it very important to start from the reports.
You mean Tom Voigt's book?
Tom Voight is a transcription of the reports. Yes.
I didn't.
Read that.
I didn't order his book, but I literally, how do you say that, pillaged his website, downloading every report, everything I could find, and then I spent my first few years on this case pretty much reading these reports like 100 times, summarizing, creating timelines, hundreds of Excel files. And the letters are also one thing to study closely. So I think there is a lot of footwork to be done before you even can arrive at a suspect, I think. But that's my case. I don't even live in the USA. I cannot even say that my father or granddad could have been a criminal in the USA. You know, I have been in Turkey my whole life, and so it's different for different people, I think.
Do you feel like you would recognize the Zodiac Killer if you ever if we ever actually came across him? Do you feel like you'd be like, that's him, based on all the information that we know?
Not at all. I mean, what could you? How could one possibly?
Well, I think based on
that's difficult.
Memo, description, ability, knowledge to carry out the
behavior
of each crime.
None of that's unique, though.
What's unique is, like, I mean, we're just going to use our suspect as an example. I mean, all his things that connect his life, military, and just life itself. Like, for instance, you know, I know there was another suspect that was on a Golden Dragon Squadron, but our guy was also on a Dragon Squadron, but also was on a Scorpion Squadron, but also was on a squadron that was called a 132, but also was on a squadron that, you know, I was saying like the Flying Monkey Squadron almost.
Yeah, but the thing is,
but there's more.
Take this as honest criticism. There is nothing to suggest that Zodiac was involved in any of those.
In the Navy, a lot of people will say yes.
Navy, yes.
Diablo, Mount Diablo is the center hub of aviation and navigation. Why would he have chosen that? I don't think he chose it because he camped with his family one weekend. Maybe.
I don't know why he chose it.
I mean, I highly doubt it. But yeah, these are the things that I'm saying. Like, we've got some information he's given us. He has pointed to clues that he wants the public to see. He said printed
Maybe
front paper. And I think you're right. It all comes down to interpretation. But I just was curious that if somebody said, hey, this guy meets 80% of the personality traits we see him portray, would any of us be able to recognize it?
Well, the problem is that it's all interpretive.
Right.
I mean, half of males in his age had been in the military, so that doesn't help us. He may have been in the Navy, but anyone could have gotten those boots. He may have wanted to get captured or something, so he was giving clues, but probably not. So you just have to. There's just an asterisk next to every observation we have, and I mean, there's lots of people, obviously, who have been put forward that have military background and were the right age. But I mean, we don't even know what the right age is. We don't know what the right height is. We don't know we don't know anything for certain. All we can do is circle around and speculate based on what we do know, which is in the reports.
I didn't find a lot of the reports were any I didn't find any aha moments in these reports, Druzer. I'm going to go back and read them, but I think I found a lot more information, obviously, from all of the research everybody has done to try and do their own profiling and their own filtering of what this could be. Do I believe some of the other suspects out there are strong? No, I think there's a lot of room there's more speculation than others. But I'm looking at the reports and they're vague to me is what I'm trying to say. They are very vague. Well, I don't know what your thoughts are on that. But
I'm not sure what you find vague. I mean, they're specific. It's just, it doesn't tell us who he is.
Right. They're vague in terms of the characteristics, because I think a lot of that came out after the police reports. But yeah,
the community itself has been really helpful for me in interpreting the reports.
Right.
Not, sometimes we just don't know what to make of certain observations that they had. And some people are a lot more experienced with these kind of documents, certainly than myself. So that's been really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Sefer.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Sefer.
I don't want to waste a lot of time because I know that you have a lot to talk about. But first, I just want to say, Druzer, you're one of the good ones in the community, because you're the guy that I can actually talk to. Because some of the people that in the community, for example, Tom Voigt, I had some conversation with him. I can't talk to the guy because I try to talk to him, but he just starts insulting and he's just saying that I don't know why.
He does do that sometimes. I think he's a little cynical after 25, 30 years of this. Kind of understandable. I don't approach people the same way that Tom does.
I understand. But anyway, the reason that I'm here today because I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Let's say, gun to your head, out of the people that we know in the Zodiac, I'm talking about the suspects. Who's your favorite one? Let's say you have to choose one.
Yeah. I'll arrive at an answer for you, but let me preface this with the first conundrum, which is you can say that Arthur Lee Allen is the best suspect because there's, he was such a weird, creepy guy, and the watch and the testimonies and all this. So in a sense, he's the first name, but in another sense, he's one of few guys that have actually had their fingerprints tested to what we have. And he was left-handed, and so in a sense, he's the worst suspect.
Yeah, because who lead the police to Allen? Who lead the police to Allen?
A guy named Bob Luce, apparently. I don't have the report on that, but it would seem that it was
Cheney, and Don Cheney and Sandy
that would be a year later. But yeah.
But those fingerprints, they're probably not Zodiacs, right? We don't know, obviously.
Well,
Paulstein,
I think
Paulstein cab?
the Paulstein
And also
prints.
the phone booth.
The phone booth ones, anything from Napa, I am certainly willing to say, well, he wore gloves. Why wouldn't he wear gloves? But the ones at Presidio Heights are, I mean, they're fingerprints. If he was wearing the glue, he wouldn't have left the prints. And if he didn't think he'd left prints, then he wouldn't be wiping down the cab. So as bizarre as
There
it
were gloves
sounds,
in the back seats, right?
there was one glove in the front seat, and there was 2 partial male DNA profiles found inside the gloves. Neither of them were contributed by Paulstein. So, I say I'm 100% no, but those bloody prints on the Stein cab are the best we have, and they didn't match Allen. So in that sense, he is the worst suspect. So with nothing of physical value to tie to any other suspect, it is really a question of who's interesting.
Yes.
One guy that I think is interesting is Robert Hauser. There are things about that suspect that I'm not so keen on, but he certainly was a son of a bitch, and I'd like to learn more about him.
Robert Hauser? I haven't heard of him.
Yeah.
Is it a new one, or is it a new suspect, or he?
No, he's not. He's not
No.
new. He was investigated in at least as early as the 70s.
Yeah.
We don't know all that was found about him, but there's some good posters who have put a lot of work into him. I know Altug has put a lot in, and
yeah, a bit. But I think the most research that has been done on Hauser, I don't know much what they did in the 70s, but a friend, Rai, I think.
yeah, we don't want to say his real name, but on Tapatalk he can be found as Bob Loblog's Loblog.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if Rai is his real name also. I don't think Rai is his real name either, but he has a very good introduction to Robert Hauser on Tapatalk in the Robert Hauser thread. And he's actually the only suspect that I looked closer at. So I cannot say if he is the suspect that I would say if you put a gun to my head, He's just the only one I looked into. But when I looked into it, I think there were some aspects of him that were very striking and interesting, and also some details in his life. And his later life is actually very interesting. His activities on the internet, his writing habit, and then all the subjects that he touches in his writings. But one thing is, what I think makes him very interesting as a suspect is that he grew up in Presidio as a child, together with his half-brother, has a very disturbed family life. He was abandoned at around age of 9 or 10. His family divorced, and he was never accepted back to the family, really. Instead, the mother didn't. I think the mother's husband didn't want him after the divorce. His father married another woman, and they adopted another child. So he was also thrown out from that family. And he grew up. He basically grew up with his grandparents, I think, somewhere in Oakland. And he only saw the brother of his mother's second husband, Frank Hauser, who actually was also in the Presidio. So he has a background in the Presidio for once. Second, he lived both in Benicia and in Vallejo. And third, he owned land in at Lake Berryessa, and the parcels were very close to where the murders took place. So I think you cannot really place him, of course, in those locations. There's no physical evidence that he was there on those dates and in those locations, which basically you can say for no other suspect as well. There is
We will never
no
get
proof. We will never get that, basically. But you know that this is his playground. And so when someone asks you, when you say, okay, he lived in Presidio, and when someone says, but what was his relation to Vallejo, to Napa, you can say more, how do you say that? More precise things, like it's not just he used to go fishing at the lake, he owned land there. He tried to develop it at around the time of the murders. He had a house in Benicia, which is like 3 streets away from the phone booth where the call was made to Nancy Slover. Has house in Benicia as well, and lived in Benicia as well. So I think he has deeper connections to the area compared to what I hear about other suspects. It's more like his backyard, this whole thing. Please ask.
I just wanted to ask, how did he come up as a suspect?
a reporter from Vallejo named Dave Peterson.
Druzer knows better than me.
There was a letter that made it onto the internet of Peterson. Actually, maybe he was in Napa. At any rate, a local crime reporter was asking for more information about him, and what information he may or may not have received, we don't know.
I see. Because to me, it's important the reason that the guy is suspect.
Yeah.
I think it was locations.
Because, for example, I just want to give you an example. The guy is Mike Morph. He's a very, very nice guy. I love him, actually. Mm-hmm. He's very nice. He actually shares everything that he has. I remember that he interviewed the Donna Lass's friend.
Yeah.
And he just uploaded it for everybody to listen to. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. For example, Tom Voigt is not sharing everything, but I don't want to talk about it. But anyway, his suspect to me is not good, because so Mike, if you're just listening or if you're watching this, you're not gonna find Zodiac by just randomly looking through the phone books and just pick up the guy. This guy was living near the phone booth, and then try to find something to just connect him to the Zodiac. You are almost never gonna find a Zodiac like that. To me, it's just a waste of time. You're a nice guy. I love you, but that's not a way to find a Zodiac. So to me, the reason that the guy is a suspect is very, very important. Because, for example, Rick Marshall, I'm not sure why he's a suspect. I don't know, because
tip from a neighbor.
Yes.
He was a homosexual, and I think that didn't. I think that made him a suspect to his creepy neighbor.
Yeah, but the reason, the questions that I wanted to ask you today is that you said that, what was the guy's name that you mentioned? The suspect?
Robert Hauser.
Hauser, yeah, Robert. I haven't heard of him. I'm gonna look into him. Okay, but the reason that I just want to ask a question is that to me, out of the people that we know, the suspects, it has to be Don Cheney. Has to be. There's no other way. He has to be by far the best suspect. I'm gonna give you my reasons.
Please.
Of course, but the thing is, for example, if you say a guy, okay, so that guy why is this a suspect? Because he was working in a newspaper and it was fun time, something like that.
Good times.
Good time, sorry.
Good
times.
time.
And Zodiac used good time in a letter. Okay. So what else?
That wasn't the basis of it. Again, he came forward with from a tip from a coworker.
I understand. Yeah. But no, I'm just saying that the things that we know for him being a Zodiac. All right. What are the evidence that I'm not talking about physical evidence, just circumstantial. All right. Good times is one of them, right?
Oh, I mean, that I would think would be a very small part of
Yes.
Why he.
Are there anything bigger than the good? Because and his name was Guy in one of the. Come on, we can find a lot of other names there in the.
Tom wouldn't be talking about either of those things as being compelling pieces of evidence. But I think where I have to start, like if you have no parameters whatsoever for who's a good suspect and who isn't, I think you have to start with location. Don Cheney lived 6 hours away, and Gaikowski lived in the area.
Are we absolutely sure about that?
Well, I mean that's where this research from 50 years in the future becomes difficult.
Exactly.
He may not have been there for the first crime, and it's really hard to determine.
I don't see the problem because we are all agree that the Zodiac say he is a hunter, and we are all agree that the crime occurred on the weekend. So why don't have a cabin or something else near Valero or San Francisco and go for the weekend for hunting with his buddy?
We need to separate possible from probable.
Yeah.
Yes, it's possible that the guy's driving from out of state or from the other side of California like a dozen times, maybe more, 15 times to San Francisco to mail letters and commit crimes throughout 10 months. But it's not really probable. It's probably someone who lived within an hour.
It's safe to say that Zodiac was living around the area, the killing area, or had some ties, right?
Mm-hmm. We can all agree on that, I think, right?
With that one, we can all agree, right?
Yeah. I like the first part. He was probably living in the area. He probably wasn't coming to visit someone a dozen times.
No, I think it's also helpful to distinguish what actually defines a suspect, because to say that one person or another is the best suspect in a case, it's okay, that may be your opinion, but where's your fingerprints, where's your DNA, where's your ballistics, where's anything that places this person at a canonical crime scene? Not just, oh, here's some adjacent peripheral circumstances and coincidences, he wrote something this way, did this, okay, but we have to put his fingerprints at a crime scene, we have to have his DNA from a crime scene, something like that.
We're never going to have any of that for anyone. So what we are looking for is someone who lives in the Bay Area and has perhaps had a violent history.
Yeah, but let me get to the reasons that I told you. Sorry, you were saying that?
You guys are overlooking.
There's no indication that Don Cheney has ever been a violent individual that I have ever found thus far.
So
no proof, no accounts from anyone, nothing from anyone that says that Don Cheney is the kind of man who would have put a pistol to David Faraday's head and shot him in the head.
Vincent may think he's a refugee.
Before, Vincent, before being
that's not a reason to write him off.
Jeffrey Dahmer has no record of violence. So
yes,
someone in the comments had a good point. The fact that Cheney led Arthur Lee Allen to the police is a red flag. Like, why would he involve himself in the case if he was guilty? It's just a question for everybody. If you want it was a really good comment.
That's what will lead me to him first. That's why I was reading 2001 the book of Gray Smith, but it was the first book and the second book in the same book in French. And the evidence was was that Achille Allen was the Zodiac, but there is no real proof to provide to the.
I mean, if
comment.
all you have is, all everyone has is circumstantial evidence. I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah,
This case is
if,
not
if
gonna
you're
be-
gonna look,
be
if you're
solved.
just gonna look at if we're just gonna look at circumstantial evidence, let's say for a game for fun,
Exactly.
where would you be?
Yeah,
Because
but
without the
like I said-
evidence or DNA, we're not gonna find it. Never.
I mean, if we just look at circumstantial, everyone brings up circumstantial so much, and then it ends up being exactly like Vince and Drew saying, we need DNA. I mean, if we just talked about circumstantial evidence, I mean, it's definitely interesting. It's definitely something to look at as far as, because at the end of the day, it's all possibly, could be, maybe, and that's, everyone's question because, nobody, has proof, other than what you're looking at, like Druzer saying on the report itself, but
no, but for me, the big stuff, but really the big stuff, that's everybody was looking for Achille Allen. And the two people who lead the police to Achille Allen, Cheney and Panzarella, were never investigated by the police or everybody else. And
That's
for
not
me,
true.
It was after 2000, I think.
yeah,
they were looked
Don
at by
Cheney,
police.
a little bit, fingerprints, handwriting.
I mean, is it just,
but
DNA, even though they didn't
investigate for-
have confirmed Zodiac DNA, he was tested against what they did have, which probably wasn't Zodiac's, but they did certainly look at him.
He was not investigated
not
like
Zodiac.
Achille Allen was.
so? I mean, if
We
everyone's
look at-
so big on this circumstantial evidence, and we keep bringing up Allah, we keep bringing up people that are nothing but circumstantial evidence,
Well, circumstantial evidence is content for YouTube creators. And one of the things that I'm finding out as I make YouTube videos on Zodiac is like, as fun as all that stuff is, and oh, look at this coincidence, and have you considered this? And most of it's just content. And the more objective and the more scientific you get in this case, the less material you have. And so people want to focus on what's going to create them material, what's going to give them something to rant about for 3 hours, and that's going to be all those coincidences. But ultimately, even if you're going, oh, Cheney's the best suspect we have, that's not necessarily true because Arthur Lee Allen is on record victimizing young children. So now, whether or not that's related to, it could be completely unrelated to Zodiac, but Arthur Lee Allen was a confirmed offender who did traumatize and victimize
he
children.
was an horrible person.
But he was
So I think
bald.
that's maybe a better route to look than
He was
Cheney, who
bald.
we have never seen be violent. No.
Don't get him started on wigs.
That's what I'm saying. He was bald. There's no way that Lee Allen was at there yet. There's no way.
There is.
true, he
There's
was
a
an
way
horrible
that any of
person,
these
but
guys could
No,
be
it
Zodiac.
doesn't
If
mean
you're
You can't
talking-
eliminate anyone.
If you were talking logical, okay?
Yeah.
There's
Well, he's
no
very
way
rich
that
for
Allen.
wigs
Because
and every
did
crime
you
scene.
watch? I assume that you all watched the new documentary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw
And
it.
we saw Lee Allen in the videos, and his body, he wasn't that big. The problem with his body was that he had some belly and around the waist area, right? It was a bit extra fat around the waist area. Okay, so you could just point to him around. I don't know if I see him down the street, I could just say that's Lee, right? It was so obvious. So if Lee was at Berryessa, they would definitely say, okay, he had his body was like this. It was that extra fat around the belly.
Hartnell said that.
What was that?
Brian Hartnell said that
No,
he had
no,
a
no. He
paunch.
said that he just had a belly.
He had a
He
paunch.
was-
He didn't say no. He didn't say that he was like, his body was a bit unique. You know what I'm talking about? He's not
Zodiac
that
was-
fat.
Objection.
Zodiac was described as heavy at every scene, but I don't think we're looking for a fat man. We're just
Yeah, exactly.
looking
That's what I'm
for
saying.
a man as old as I am, so he had a belly.
If
I
we're
think-
talking,
I
if
think
we're
that's all
talking
it is.
physical description, I mean, who looks the most like him? Out of all
Druzer.
suspects?
John Cheney.
I look more like the sketch than any other suspect.
You
Not
lost
more
your
than Druzer.
Let me borrow your
Druzer has
glasses,
red hair.
Druzer.
Why do you think it's just a simple question? Why do you think the ends of the Zodiac was checking at Lake Berryessa?
Adrenaline.
Because this is come from Brian Hartnell, who say his hand was shaking and shaking all the time. Why do you
Adrenaline.
think it happens?
I think
He was
adrenaline's
checking?
probably the best answer. Nervousness from for one reason or another.
He was
Mhm.
nervous, yeah. And he was not a professional killer, right? You agree
No,
with that?
Yes, correct.
no,
In fact, he was quite notably
no,
terrible.
because if he was a hitman, it sure with 2 bullets, 3 bullets, he can kill those people, and he need 10 bullets, he miss 2 survivor. No, he was not a hitman at all. No,
It was just a game.
Yeah, maybe it
No.
was in maybe
actually,
it was in maybe it was in anticipation. Maybe it was in anticipation of the killing. You know, like you feel it itching in your hands. You're going to kill them in a minute, and they don't know about it. They think they're getting robbed, and there could be so many emotions involved. Okay, nervousness,
Yeah.
sure. A lot of us would agree that there is a level of nervousness or adrenaline. Adrenaline.
If you kill someone in public, you don't know whether you're going to be shot down by the police or
yeah.
go to jail for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I think there are these kind of feelings involved also, but sometimes I liken it to some sort of how do you say that, impatience. You know, he wants to start with the stabbing, but they are still talking. They're still not ready, bound. Not tight. Okay, then be a bit quicker. I want to start, but of course he can't tell that to them. But it's maybe something like that he feels, and it always feels to me like he walked away in some sort of a rush, which could be the adrenaline, but maybe something else is working there as well. But it's speculation after all. We don't really know what his physical behavior in the end
No.
was
Well,
expressing, or what it was
we know some of his behavior, and
Yes,
it's I think it's a key observation that at more than one crime scene, I guess Lake Berryessa and Presidio Heights, is that he
Presidio Heights.
calmly, coolly walked away.
No. Same in Blue Rock Springs, I think. What Mago said
Yeah,
about
exactly.
him, like he was walking away, and
Yeah,
Lake Herman, we don't know, unfortunately, but
but we at Lake Herman we know that he knew that that there was several cars had passed by, and
yeah,
he
yeah,
took a shot. I mean, just committing the crime shows that
yeah.
that he wasn't too nervous.
Well, if you
Yeah,
look
he just
at
took the opportunity.
professional hitman type behaviors, not one single Zodiac homicide included a maneuver that would assure with 100% certainty that the victims would die. Closest we have to that behind the earshot of David Faraday, but even he was still found breathing by responders, so he must have missed the brainstem. Not a single Zodiac homicide has severance of the carotid artery, the jugular, the brainstem, nothing like that. It was always pretty close with the head. He would always go for headshots, but he wasn't skilled or knowledgeable in knowing that if you shoot him right here, it's a guaranteed kill. There's nothing from it.
Yeah,
I think that's a little bit semantic. I mean, he killed 2 people by shooting them in the head.
Yeah, but he
You
didn't
know.
assure with 100% certainty that those victims could not survive. And there are medical ways that could happen. A headshot, yes, usually you're going to die. But people survive headshots all the time.
Moving objects are harder to do that with, Vincent.
What?
Moving objects are harder to do that with.
Neither of them were moving, though.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Stein's a great example. Paul Stein was a pretty stationary target. Hartnell and Shepard did not have their throats slit or their brainstem severed. This indicates a lack of knowledge of how exactly you would kill somebody or be sure that they're dead. He obviously showed willingness to kill, but as far as having book knowledge,
I think it is important that he didn't ensure that they were dead, especially at Lake Berryessa, where apparently they started speaking to each other before Zodiac was really out of range to hear them.
Yeah.
He,
No.
he obviously did the phone call at in Vallejo, even though he wasn't certain that Mike had died, and he didn't die. He continued with his whole
I
campaign.
think there's also I think there is another interesting.
I would like to introduce Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Hi, Cheryl.
Because
sorry it was late. My mother had a little bit of a tumble, so we had paramedics here to pick her up off the floor.
Oh, I'm so
I'm
sorry.
telling you,
to
this
hear.
case is cursed.
yeah,
It is. I'm telling you, be careful.
yeah, it is. So,
Yeah.
Cheryl, could you just please eye your level of your microphone, because I can hear you really well.
Yeah, it's hard to. I don't know what.
Vincent,
There's a
same for
section
you.
that says settings at the bottom there, and then you want to have what's it called?
In the settings.
That's
No.
Automatically
I
adjust mic.
I just
People
wanted to.
wait. We will ask your question after, but for now, let us discuss like we do all the time, and after we will respond to your question. And thank you very much for all your kind word in the comment section. Thank you very much for everything you did. And so, Cheryl, introduce yourself, please, to the panel and to the audience.
My name is Cheryl, and thank you all for having me. It really is it's great to finally be able to meet you. I've been watching all of you for quite a while and keeping up with you on Discord. I think that this is one area where I'll have the ability to have a little bit of insight. It's kind of intimidating coming down here with everybody and all of their knowledge base. But I do have a master's degree in social work. I haven't used it in the past 20 years. I did work in a residential treatment facility for adolescents and children. One of the things that we did have there was the only sexual offender cottage and treatment facility in the country for sexual offenders who were adolescents. And while I was there, we did have some researchers there that came in and did some things for profiling while I was there. Really, one of the things where when I was talking with Sheikh, he wanted me to come on and kind of talk a little bit about some of the things we were talking about, which kind of went back to the differences between the different types of personality disorders and possible mood disorders and psychosis and the medications that might be in play here. I think when we're looking at this, really there's no way that we can know for certain. What he's putting out there, is it just part of his ruse to throw us, or is it truly psychosis? And truly, up until recently, the past 2 weeks, I really thought that it was a ruse. And one of the things that really kind of struck me when Sheikh was on and giving his really great presentation 2 weeks ago, so much background into the individuals, because when we're looking back at, over 55, 60 years ago, or 55 years ago, that how much are we able to really understand and know what's going on in any of these individuals' lives during that time frame? It's not like now where we can go online and see Facebooks and just get a kind of a general idea of what's going on with them. We're relying not only on his letters, but also on the feedback that we have from the other people in the case. And I really felt that this was a situation where if it truly was where he was either schizotypal or if he was experiencing schizophrenia, these are things that are continuous throughout a lifetime. Usually schizophrenia will show up in sometimes in the late teens and sometimes in the late 20s anyway. You're seeing some sort of things that are popping up as far as the delusions and the hallucinations. And really, when I was looking at the writings, there is a progression in his writings as far as during 1969 and during July. The 3 letters that were sent in July that had the initial ciphers were really kind of interesting, because when you look at them side by side, you do see a little bit of it. I would imagine that they're being written at the same time. He did not copy them exactly for 3 different, pretty much everything that was in the letter that accompanied the cipher was saying similar things, but he didn't copy it exactly from letter to letter. So you were able to see there was like a devolving in the handwriting that he used, a little more sloppy, the word, a little bit more of an angle when he's writing them. And I thought that was interesting, because if you are, I looked up during that time frame what most of the antipsychotic medications that they were using, and it's very similar to what they are now. Is that most likely is that they were using haloperidol, at least in 1969. And if you use alcohol with an antipsychotic medication, it does not interact well with that. And you could see that if he was writing them all at the same time, that alcohol is really going to affect the antipsychotics, because antipsychotics really are considered a chemical restraint. Usually when they're presenting in an inpatient facility, people are extremely strong, a lot stronger than what they normally are. Usually they're having delusions, they are having hallucinations. And usually when they do have a psychotic break, that chemical restraint is needed, because there really is no other way around being able to deal with them. But at the same time, some of the things that we see in the descriptions of the Zodiac, and I think this is really important, because, you know, we see very, very different descriptions of him. And even in the sketch that we see from Presidio Heights, it looks very different than from what Mike Mageau said that he saw
from Lake Berryessa too. Yeah,
it's very, very different. I mean, it doesn't even look like it would be the same person. So one of the things that happens when someone is put onto an antipsychotic medication is that there is extreme weight gain. And when I say extreme, it is extreme. Usually it is a pound a day. So, you know, after 2 or 3 months, we're looking at a change in weight from, 60 to 90 pounds. I had a client that I met when he was brought into intake, and he was completely unrecognizable by the time I saw him. Usually, if they are having a major psychotic episode, they were kept in a separate facility where they were able to be monitored 24 hours a day, and then they were moved over to a cottage where it was a little bit more of a home-like setting. And by the time he got over there, I had no idea. I mean, I dealt with him. I sat with him for several hours. I had no idea who he was. You know, I had to really look at the file. They would take a picture of him, and he didn't look like anything like the picture. So if you can imagine yourself, if you gain 60 to 90 pounds, and these descriptions are very, very different, it might actually be that he is having a psychotic episode. Possibly, we really didn't have a description at Lake Herman Road. So at Lake Herman Road, no description. It's coming up to Christmas time. Usually holidays and things like that usually have a lot of significance, and it brings about a lot of stress. A lot of times that's when psychotic breaks happen is right around holidays or anniversaries, things like that. If he did have a psychotic break, and then there's a 6-month gap where he was put into a psychiatric facility, when there's a lot of things that keep popping up that connect with Napa Psychiatric State Hospital in a lot of things, and I'm almost thinking that he may have had a psychotic break around the time that Lake Herman, probably having something to do with involvement with the police. I mean, this is just my theory, but I mean, there are a lot of theories out there. That would account for him having not planned out the first one, and then the 6-month gap. You know, and then when you go into the description of Mike Mageau, that mean that usually when they're on an antipsychotic, they become very moon face. It's not like a normal weight gain. And you know, Mike Mageau, the one thing that he said was, you know, he had a huge face. He had a huge round face. I can kind of see that happening. One of the other things is that antipsychotics will block all sorts of receptors in the body. So when we hear about him walking away very calmly after shooting people, walking slowly, one of the things that it blocks is adrenaline. So, you know, he may have been thinking that he was running, and that there was adrenaline, that the things that are blocking that adrenaline to get him to move, it's just not working. So that slowness in how he's walking, also the ataxic gait. Often when you see someone who's on an antipsychotic, you know, we hear about a lumbering gait, that there's just something off about it from several people. And usually it knocks you off balance. So they are planting each foot as they go. If you Google ataxic gait, you can kind of see what that is, but I think that sometimes they overreact to that. And then also his speech pattern. You know, Nancy Slover, when she was given the recording of Gaikowski, and I was listening to that when he was talking about, you know, he would hold the last word in a sentence, like a new code, and then, you know, goodbye. You're also going to be seeing that in someone who is on an antipsychotic medication, because it's just slowing it all down. So, but the thing is that if an individual, I was kind of debating this because it really kind of sounds like some of the early letters is that he's coming across as schizotypal. But one of the other things is that it doesn't necessarily have to be schizophrenia or one of the cluster A personality disorders. Psychosis can show up in many mood disorders, such as, you know, even just a major depression, you know, if you're in it for a long time, major depression or bipolar manic depression can also cause psychosis to occur.
I've got a question.
I've
got a question. Like we are in the 60s, late 60s, we are in 68, 69, 70s. We are in the San Francisco Bay Area. We have Ashbury Street. There is a lot of drugs. People try a lot of drugs. Could affect the brain of the killer, this kind of substance with?
It is quite possible. And I mean, when you really look at Berkeley, there was a lot of psychology experiments going on during that time, you know, with Mary, LSD, and
Ed Kaczynski was,
you know,
was one of them.
yeah, and I hate to get into, too much into conspiracy theories, but I mean, the reality is that CIA and MK Ultra, not only did those experiments in our country, but, in Canada, a lot of psychiatric facilities in other countries, they were doing some things that were not very moral. So I wouldn't put it past our government. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past some drugs possibly being used in a psychiatric facility or, in some of the military installations, when we're looking at Letterman Hospital, there in the Presidio, as an Army hospital.
Yeah.
Cheryl, do you know something about how these kind of illnesses at that time were treated in hospitals? Like maybe, I don't know, shock therapy, things that feel more like torture, and that could really build up some anger in you as well. Did they use these kind of things in California in that time? Do you know something about that?
Yes, I mean, and truthfully, it still is used today in the United States as far as therapy. Usually, I was able to observe when this was done. It is very torturous, but they are put under anesthesia. It's usually more of a twilight sleep, and anything, whether we're talking even antipsychotics, even though we say, oh, it's just medication, the impact of antipsychotic drugs and the impact of electroshock therapy, it's not easy. I mean, I
think it's difficult.
Psychiatric facility, and they're kind of saying, what? I don't want to do this.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Just the last 30 seconds?
I can see someone going into a psychiatric facility starting to get some type of therapy, whether it's electric shock or on an antipsychotic drug, and saying, well, that's enough. I don't want to be in here. And even the facility where I worked at, even with kids, the first, usually you come in, weeks is almost vacation for reality. Then after that, essentially all they're trying to do is like, okay, what can I tell you so that I can get out of here? It's not totally easy. And you're being asked to take medications where, the constipation, you have to take Miralax with it, with an antipsychotic, because we're not talking normal. We're talking about impaction to the point of having medical attention to remove them. But usually it's to save the person's life, because usually it is that's the option left.
No. Can I ask another question, please? So I was wondering how you or how certain behavior would be labeled, like, for example, I don't know, believing that the moon mission didn't happen, that it's a setup, that it's faked by some people, faked by the deep state, let's say, or when you lie about the jobs you have, when you tell people you work in the moon project, in the moon mission project, but actually you don't work there. So do you think these could be signs of I don't know, psychotic, maybe pointing at the instance of psychosis, or what do you think about that?
Well, I think that there is a difference, because obviously people have different beliefs, whether it's religion or things that you're talking about, like mission being faked. There might be valid reasons for it. So is that the real thing that sets it apart is, does the individual realize that what they're saying is set apart and different than what is an accepted belief. So if there's a realization of that, that's what sets the belief apart from fiction. I mean, there needs to be like an awareness of the life that we are all involved in, and then your personal beliefs. So you can have a belief, but and really it kind of goes back to the difference between schizotypal and schizophrenia. Schizotypal is actually a personality disorder, so it's one of those things where you can have odd beliefs, but with schizophrenia, there's not really an understanding of that. So, like when we're looking at his letters, he obviously is not clinically insane or legally insane, I should say, because there's awareness of, look, if I tell them, if I go in and I say this out loud to a police officer, I'm going to be arrested and I'm going to be stopped. You see it in letters, he's almost referring to himself, oh, I'm going to go and set this bomb off and, blow up all these children, and, oh, stop me, So since there is an awareness there, I mean, you can't say that he doesn't know that that's wrong. He knows that.
I understand.
What he's doing is wrong.
Yeah, but still, some of the mental facilities that help you to actually somehow find the difference between real and not real. You don't have really that mental facility. It's interesting what you talk about. I'm really glad that you did and that you shared with us all these ideas and your expertise, obviously. Because I was always thinking about Lake Berryessa, where I think the fantasy there is very, very strong, like with the hood executioner, and then like maybe we sometimes we take it too literal, like when he says I'm a ex-con, I just broke out from a prison somewhere. Maybe he's not even referring to a real prison there. It's just that's the narrative that feeds his fantasy, So, and I was wondering if that whole spectacle there that he set up, if you would again interpret this as, this psychotic or schizophrenic behavior.
Yeah.
I think there is a connection to be established, I think.
Yeah, and there definitely is. I mean, especially like if you're schizotypal, a lot of it is kind of caught up in the drama. There's a drama that he's been creating in his own head. That it's almost like he's playing it out. And I think it kind of goes back to what Vincent was saying. There wasn't Lake Berryessa if the important part to him was killing Brian and Cecilia, he would have cut a carotid artery, and there's a lot of things that he may or may not have been in the military, but if he was in the military, he would have known, if you're using it, cut a carotid artery, if the important part is killing someone. So I think like a lot of this in his head is playing out the drama. And time it really, one of the things that really kind of made me think that this was a little bit of a ruse that he was setting this up as a possible insanity defense if he was ever caught, is the differences in the letter. Because if you read the letters, I think, and if I'm wrong about this, let me know, but I think it's pretty much assumed that the Badlands letter in 74, if you read that letter, I mean, and then compare it to the letters from July of '69. You know, it's like a completely different person. He also signs it as
Disgrace. Yeah.
you know, and some of the earlier ones, you know, it's either, you know, Zodiac, you know, this is the Zodiac speaking, or the Red Phantom, or something menacing. By the time he gets to 1974, it's very clear, he's viewing himself very differently in 1974 than he was in 1969. So that you kind of wonder if this really was, he really was in the throes of psychosis. The letters to the newspapers really is because he can't talk to if you're going into intensive therapy and you're there on a regular basis seeing a therapist and you're on medication for psychosis or a mood disorder or whatever it is. And biggest thing in life you can't really talk about because you're going to be arrested. You need to, sometimes it's just a matter of getting it out and telling somebody. And, you know, in the 2007 documentary, what was interesting was a criminal profiler was talking about, you know, this is somebody who really didn't need to confide in someone. So, but people need to confide in somebody in some way, even if they don't know that's what they're really saying. So I wonder if the letters to the newspapers were his way, not just of gloating and feeling superior, but also just to talk it out. Because if he was going through some kind of psychotherapy, to have the biggest part of your life and the biggest secret in the world, you know, is that you're the Zodiac killer and you're going through therapy, and whether he regretted that or not. I mean, the Badlands letter, if we take it for what it is, and you think that he's saying the truth in that, you know, he's saying, look, you guys are kind of lifting me up for being violent, and, you know, there's all this media about me for being violent. If you think about Dirty Harry and all, you know, just everything that, you know, the dirty, you know, Make My Day, and then the Clint Eastwood, all of that really is a glorification of the violence. It could be looking at himself very differently in 1974. And it could not be that it's just he was trolling people. I mean, that's the difficult thing in all of this, is that, and I think that kind of goes back to when we were talking on Discord, you know, kind of the back and forth on the importance of criminal profiling. Criminal profiling really is taking the data and the probability and then narrowing that, helping that to narrow down your focus on your investigation. That profile is not proof of your POI. There's no way. And if anything, in this one particular case, that should be obvious, because this is such an outlier type of a case where no matter how you look at it, things are not quite lining up the way they ought to. So.
Thank you so much. That was very enlightening. Really a pleasure to listen to. Maybe I have a last question, and that is, would there be a chance to obtain information about who got therapy in the 60s, in the 70s, or is that totally out of the question?
That would be out of the question. One of the things, though, that is interesting is that if you read and take his, whether he's trying to give us a lot of information or not, he is kind of telling us that he's had some kind of an altercation with the police officers. So I think that if you find out, if we go back and look at the newspapers and police blotters, and we kind of read in between the lines that this was somebody who's having a psychotic break, or that would probably.
Sorry, can we do a timeout for a second? I'll talk if you could mute your mic when Cheryl is talking, because
Okay,
you're
okay.
agreeing with her and you're going and whenever you do, it confuses the stream and it mutes her. All right, sorry, carry on.
Okay. But yes, the it really I'm sorry, I kind of got off track there, so I forgot where we kind of left off. But no, I'm sorry, Alta. Now I need you to unmute and tell me what did I answer the question? All right.
I have a question. Obviously,
yeah, you did, Cheryl. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Obviously, there is a lot of organization with the Zodiac crimes and the letters. Does that to you suggest that if he was schizotypal, that this would be when he's on his medication or off?
Good question. As far as the organization goes, I would say that they would need to be on the antipsychotic. Now, the level of organization, you would be able to see that level of organization in someone who is schizotypal. That is someone where it's a personality disorder rather than full-on schizophrenia. With schizophrenia, they would need to be on their medication for an antipsychotic in order to have it. Really, I don't even think that most people with schizophrenia would be able to have that level of organization. If they were schizotypal, it depends, because that kind of is a personality trait. The level of organization they probably would be able to have. I think that slowing down of the movement, the slowing down of the speech patterns, that kind of is indicative of that. And the other thing that is important too is going through antipsychotic medication withdrawal. So let's say that he did a stint in a psychiatric facility for a certain period of time. There he's getting it on a regular basis. He then gets out. They give that, maybe if he's staying with a family member, they have the family member make sure he's taking his medication. He may or may not be getting his medication on a regular basis. And he might just end up saying, hey, look, this is just too much for me. I'm not going to be on this antipsychotic medication anymore, and go off of it. Well, unfortunately, you need to wean yourself off of it if you're going to go off of it. So inconsistency could cause withdrawal, and that withdrawal is going to actually look like psychosis. It actually throws you right back into psychosis. So, I mean, that could be happening. One thing that in 1968, and this was important too, is when I was looking at the different medications, a lot of them were very similar to what we use today. But one of the advents that happened in 1968 was flufenazine, is that there was a weekly injection. And I thought that 1968 timeframe was kind of interesting, because that really was very helpful in being able to release a lot more patients out into society to be, because really then you only have to be there, to make sure that they're getting the medication once a week. They go in, get a shot. That he was put on that and he's going in and he's getting that from a nurse and they're doing that injection, it's going to study it. And so, if even though it came out in 1968, it's going to take a little while for that to get out into society. And if he was going to see a VA hospital, or even a state hospital, I would think that would be taking us, probably into the early 70s, which might be accounting for the fact that by the time he gets to 1974, he has his spelling improves and the fluidity and how he sees himself is different, because he's not experiencing that same level of psychosis that he was back in 68, 69.
Just my own opinion. I think his spelling was just fine from the beginning.
Yeah.
I think he didn't initially ask for his letters to be published, so I don't think he was trying to make them look pretty. In fact, I think there's some evidence to suggest that he was trying to make them look crazy, and that he was unhinged and probably didn't believe in slaves in the afterlife.
Right.
I think by 1974, I'm pretty solidly convinced, as I believe the police are, that the Badlands card was sent by Zodiac. But I view it as pure sarcasm. I think he was trying to let them know who it was that was sending them, and I don't know. We'll never know. Of course, it's purely opinion.
Yeah.
That's really fascinating. Really, Cheryl. I really hope you will come back when you will be available for a next show. But you are always welcome because it's really interesting, and I have 1 million of questions to ask you. So, but go ahead, continue. It's a pleasure.
Well, thank you. I would be happy to. But thank you for having me. Is there any other questions?
Hi, Cheryl. I have a question.
Hi, Melissa.
Hey, what's your thoughts on just like obviously alcohol being a depressant, right? When you're talking about that slow speech, the slow walk, versus just being mentally unstable. Maybe he's not like full-blown schizotypo or full-blown schizophrenic, but perhaps he's still skating that line of having a break with reality, so to speak.
Right.
Well,
yeah, and truthfully, I mean that can in and of itself, alcohol when taken to the excess, that can in and of itself cause a break with reality. Because it really, like they said, all it takes, I mean, is really even depression can cause that. But I mean, it's more than what we normally do. When most people think of depression, I think that most people in society have experienced some kind of a situational depression, where they become depressed or anxious. It's a little bit more than that. Not just a little bit, but a lot. In that, where it goes on for a long period of time, and that's the same thing can happen with alcohol. That can also, alcohol-related psychosis is a thing as well.
Exactly. And then, what are your thoughts on maybe potentially him being on lithium? I mean, lithium was a widely prescribed medication back in the 60s and 70s. It's like, I don't know if they would let him roam the streets on it back then like they do now, but yeah, these are all very thought-provoking points that you brought up. So I definitely appreciate.
Yeah, and I mean, if in reference, I'm not sure if he was on your POI was on lithium or not, but that also is one of the medications where you do need to be getting blood work on a regular basis to make sure, because all of these things that we're talking about have a really hard effect on your kidneys. So, kind of going back to, that moon face, even if it was just lithium and he was still drinking alcohol, that in and of itself, when you're taking any kind of psychotropic medications along with alcohol, it's not going to be a good effect.
Hey, Cheryl, somebody in the chat was asking, would it take away sexual desires? I'm sorry, I missed who that was that sent that.
Yeah, it actually will. Antipsychotics, like I said, will block all sorts of receptors. So, impotency is something that is very, very common. I mean, if it pretty much will it knocks in your butt completely, but your sex drive is probably not going to be there at all. And it still doesn't, the interesting thing was with impotency is that it will not, still doesn't take away your emotional desire to have that desire. So I could see, you know, if we're referring back to the, you know, where they're referring to it as Lover's Lane. Yeah, I mean, I could see someone going and seeing that and being very angry because they can't experience that themselves. So I can see that.
I would like to just ask you one question. Let's say about his diagnostic, the diagnostic was wrong, and he was giving wrong medication for a wrong diagnostic.
Right.
It could lead you to this kind of behavior.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very easily. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's a very good point. I mean, if he was misdiagnosed, and that can happen all the time, and not only that, but it doesn't necessarily even need to be a misdiagnosis. There are different classes of drugs. You know, when we're talking about things like mood, one of the things that did come about is monoamine oxidase inhibitors in the 70s. So if it was connected to depression, you know, there were new classes of drugs that were coming out in the 70s and the end of the 60s that may have been able to help with some of those psychotic symptoms that he was having. But, you know, once again, I mean, up until 2 weeks ago, I was firmly in the camp that this entire thing was a ruse. I really was firmly in the camp. And the reason that I kind of went in the other direction was when Sheikh was making reference to Claudia Westcott's all of the suicides that happened in her family, in the males. I mean, there were 13 children in Claudia Westcott's father's family, and out of that, 4 of them committed suicide. 4 of the boys committed suicide. That's a lot. You know, it's not just, it doesn't show just a hereditary influence on the depression that might have caused the suicides. I mean, all of this is just supposition, but also just the trauma that was going on in that family, and also like the lessons that you would learn, you know, as a boy growing up in that kind of an environment where essentially, you know, when the males in your family get, you know, to about 40, they kill themselves. So what kind of lessons were the men in that family learning growing up, you know, when they're little boys? You know, if your role back then, you know, and even no, I mean, really back then, your role was as a provider, you know, as a male, your role was to provide for your family. And if that was hampered, you know, instead of looking at this as like, look, I've got to really dig in, and my best thing to do is to be able to get myself out of this depression and go on from here, not to have a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Because what kind of lessons was that in trauma was that inflicting on the boys in that family? And I guess that is really, it kind of got me thinking, you know, if the California Department of Justice is right, and the shooter at Presidio Heights was sitting next to Paul Stein, if that was, you want to help your family out. So if Claudia had a cousin, there are 2 cousins that she had that would have been, one is 32, the other one would have been 39 in 1969. One of them had, I don't want to name those names out because I really don't even know if they were even in the area at that time. But one of them had a very interesting name, considering some of the things that we know about the case. And both of them had interesting birthdays. The other cousin had an extremely close birthday to a date that was important to this. And then all of the references back to the media influences that Zodiac used in his writings, which, you know, there was so much suicide in it, in everything that he had. I mean, with the Mikado, you know, the Titwillow, but also not only that, but, you know, Coco, the High Executioner, was put in that position because he was up for execution. And so, you know, that there's so much irony in that opera, but the irony is that, you know, at one point it's like, okay, well, Coco, you know, you're up for, you know, so if we're going to keep things going, you know, you're going to have to kill yourself. Well, how am I going to kill myself? And you know, with the Star Trek, that episode, there was a mass suicide of the adults in that. I mean, and then the whole idea was, okay, well, he was left, you know, Kirk was left with the whole decision of, do I need to kill these children to stop this from getting to the next planet that we go to? So, or it's like that moral dilemma, do I kill these children, which goes back to the whole bus bomb, and then also targeting of very young couples, you know, that are out making love, and, you know, maybe just stopping that right before it even starts. You know, that's how children come into the world, you know, making love out in the car somewhere.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Cheryl, because my background's in psychology, but mine's in human development on the childhood side. So, I mean, I'm really looking at exactly like, what are these threads throughout the case that are showing some type of a break or a trauma, disconnect, or, you know, childhood needs unmet, right? And yeah, there's a lot of that theme that he's shared with us. We didn't ask the Zodiac Killer for this information. Like, he freely kind of gave it out and was really, I think, showing us a lot of that. Even it might have even been subconscious, to your point, where he's playing a lot of these roles out. So, yeah, that's definitely a great point as well to consider the childhood psychological makeup of what built him and what made him who he is.
Right.
Is huge. It's going to come out regardless.
I mean, and it really, it has, for anybody to make that decision to go out and kill people, for whatever reason that he made that decision to do that. I mean, that there, whether it was, you know, there had to be been at least trauma, if not abuse. You know, I think. I'm sorry.
PTSD. Somebody who comes from the Vietnam.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, and I think when you really think about like Vietnam, you know, some of the massacres that happened there, you know, there were children involved in some of those situations. So
yeah,
I mean, yeah, I can see where the whole child thing, no matter which way we're kind of looking at it, there's kind of a theme in all of it. So also it was kind of interesting, like when I was looking at the Charlie Chan.
on Treasure Island. Yeah.
One thing that I keep kind of going back to is that there was a suicide in that where the character Paul commits suicide because he's being blackmailed. And then also there's a very strong theme of father and son in all of the Charlie Chan movies where, you know, Charlie Chan and his number one son or number two son or whichever one's in the particular movies. And a very strong father-son bond there. And whether he's trying to throw us off the trail, whether he's really having a psychotic episode, he's choosing those for a particular reason. And that is, I think, one of the most important things that when we're looking at this,
Sorry, what is he choosing?
He's choosing the media that he refers to in this. And so with those strong themes, he is telling us something about himself, what's important to him, how he sees life. So whether or not it really is meant to be a ruse or whether he really is experiencing psychosis, there is so much up in the air about this. And that's why I just feel like the criminal profiles, they're very important to help us look at different angles, but ultimately it's not going to prove anything. Whether your POI fits a particular criminal profile's profile is not proof of anything, because there's just nothing that we know for certain. So until we are able to nail them down in a different way to the case, we can maybe at this point try to figure that out. But if that person has passed away, if the people who really knew them closely have passed away, those questions might never be answered.
Do you have any idea about? I mean, obviously, none of us know. Do you tend to believe that Zodiac was on the right or the left politically, or someone who didn't care, if there was such a person in the late '60s who didn't care about politics?
I would say he would be more conservative. And I guess that to me is more. I would say more conservative, but I really don't think that he was too concerned with politics. I mean, there's nothing in there to give us an idea of that one way or the other. I mean, there really is no way to know. I mean, what can give an indication of that is the descriptions of his clothing. I mean, the clothing descriptions that have been given, he's kind of wearing clothes that are about 10 years out of date. The pleated pants, which kind of went out, in the 50s, and 10 years later, those kind of things, I think gives a little bit more of an indication.
Yeah.
But I don't think psychologically there's any indication one way or the other.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the only thing that he did was waste resources, spread fear and, make all of the city's resources depleted.
Can I jump in?
Of course.
Yeah. First, I just want to say Don Cheney was a registered Republican, so doesn't matter. Anyway, just wanted to talk about the thing that I wanted to ask you about the Zodiac. Okay, so do you agree with me, or everybody was just specifically asking Druzer that the logo and the name is coming from the watch?
We can't know, and that's part of the issue with reading too much into Charlie Chan. Maybe that's where it came from. Maybe it came from a car. Maybe it came from a boat. Maybe it came from a watch. Maybe it came from the daily newspaper, which we knew he always read.
A soap.
But probably from the watch, most likely.
Why most likely?
But isn't it because that watch is? I thought that it was the first time that name and that logo appeared at the same time, right?
Yeah, maybe.
So that's probably would be most likely that would be the source.
Most likely.
I have a problem saying most likely. I think it's certainly possible. Whether you own the watch or just saw an advertisement.
Owned the watch. If you yes, it is possible that he might have seen it in the newspapers. All right, but probably he owned the watch, or somebody that he knew owned the watch. He saw the watch somewhere. That's probably. I'm not saying 100%, obviously, but probably. All right. And also, I just want to ask something else. Do you believe that he was influenced by comic books?
I don't think the evidence for that is particularly strong. I'd say it's a possibility.
Possible.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm an annoying guy to ask these things too, because I'm going to say probably, maybe. I don't have any sort of. Pardon me?
No, I'm not saying nothing is 100%, but I'm just saying probably he would, because there are some, especially in the that by knife, by fire, but
yeah, there's a long tradition of the
yes,
wheel of whatchamacallit. I mean, they're everywhere, and he didn't do it in a wheel. On the Halloween card, we know that he only did it in the first place because it revealed the holdback information of that phrase that was written at Lake Berryessa.
Yeah.
So I'm very hesitant to accept the Tim Holt business.
Yeah, just a question about that, about the Wheel of Death. You have killed by knife, by rope, by gun, by fire, but Zodiac never say by water. Why?
He didn't drown anyone.
but he also didn't kill anyone with the rope.
No, I think there's
neither by fire.
Or fire.
I think at this part in his stupid campaign, he was trying to get as much attention as he could. I think he was inferring his involvement in crimes that he didn't commit, and he wanted any crime that happened in the Bay Area, he wanted police to look at him for.
Yes,
again, to waste resources.
I believe that only the ones that we know were Zodiacs. For example, Sherry Bates, I don't think that was Zodiac. And also the Gaviota Beach, I don't think they were Zodiac. Because if he was, if Zodiac actually killed those people, he would have mentioned them. Absolutely. There's no way that he had killed already and he wouldn't mention them.
Sure there is, if there was some sort of connection to him.
Like what?
Like someone that he attacked but didn't kill around the same time?
No, I'm just talking about the people that are dead.
Yeah, but don't forget that he will wait 7 months before claiming his first victim.
Yes, but probably because he hadn't planned to go public. Probably.
Maybe.
Again. Yeah. But those people, because he know that he was looking for attention, right?
Yeah.
So he would definitely mention, if he had, for example, if he had killed Sherry Jo Bates, he would have definitely mentioned it in the letters or somewhere.
I have a hard time with the word definite.
He just
why wouldn't he?
He just didn't. He just didn't get any attention from anyone until he sent in these letters, because nobody would have known that he even did them.
Yeah, I'm just saying after the letters.
But he did write the paper, the Press Enterprise in Riverside. So he was trying to still create some sensationalized, let's just say, in theory, if Bates was Zodiac, I'll preface it with that. But that is one commonality, that it wasn't like he just started writing and say, I mean, yeah, most of it was San Francisco, but there was an instance in Riverside where he did write the papers and he did try to stir up some public attention. Whether that was the Zodiac.
This is the reason why he's considered potentially involved in the Riverside crime, is because that signature is damn near unique. It's hard to use the word unique, but
and the way he's writing the letter, because when you read the convention letter and you read the Zodiac letter, you can deny that it's look like the same.
Yeah, but the thing is that we believe that he had different personas, so he wasn't really the Zodiac in the time of that murder.
It's a possibility, yeah.
Cheryl,
do you think? Sorry, Drew. Cheryl, do you think this is possible that the Zodiac had multiple personality?
Multiple personality disorder? There's no indication that he.
I mean, no. It's maybe my English is not excellent, so different
persona.
Identity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, if he had killed before, I mean, he might he's so wrapped up into almost like the drama of the kills that, if he had started killing before in another area. He's starting anew. You know, it's kind of like I guess maybe like the new kid at school. You know, you start at a new school when you're a kid, and you know, you move to a new place and you come up with a new personality. You know, so I can see that. You know, maybe he wasn't happy with his own how he did it in an earlier form, because we do see in his murders, you know, he is doing different things. He's, you know, using guns, he's using knives, he's dressing up in, you know, the executioner hood where he didn't earlier. So he is doing a lot of things that are just very different in each one, very dramatic. And he might just be getting wrapped up into the drama of it. And I could see if he did do it earlier in another area and having just creating a new person, you know, creating a new persona. You know, it almost is like, you know, the executioner. It's almost like you know, going back to what Zephyr's talking about as far as the anyway, I can see that. I can see that happening.
Because the other day I was watching the movie Identity with John Cusack, with really great movie. I don't know if you have seen this movie.
About Robert Hansen?
Yeah. So I'm going to try to explain to you. There is 8 people in the same place, and we learn, I don't spoil too much, but we learn that in fact this is just one person who would create the 8 other people in his mind, but they don't know they don't know each other first, and they are not aware about each other. So I was wondering if the Zodiac could be somebody like this, somebody who think that sometimes he's a woman for 3 hours, and after that he's a grandpa for 10 hours, and maybe for 2 days he's a normal person. I was wondering if it was a possibility.
Yeah, and what you're describing is dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank
So
you.
with dissociative identity disorder, it is exactly like you're describing. There, sometimes the identities can be aware of other ones, and usually that occurs in cases of extreme trauma and abuse, where essentially there's parts of your personality that just kind of get compartmentalized. So this person, you know, this identity deals with these issues.
It's split and
deals with this. I do not, in my opinion, I don't see that there's any evidence that Zodiac is experiencing that kind of a dissociative identity disorder. I mean, he does seem very aware of. He does seem very aware of all of the different aspects of what he's doing. I don't see anything where there is an indication that that there is an identity doing things that he's not aware of. Because when you read the one letter where he's essentially begging Melvin Belli for help, and he's saying, you know, I can't hold this part of me back. And I think that might be where, like, you could read that and kind of think, oh, well, is this a different part of his personality? And he has a split personality where this separate personality is trying to hold this other personality back. I don't see that. I mean, I think that he's aware of it. You know, he might not like that part of himself, but he's aware of it, and it's all still the same identity. It's all still within the same one identity.
Yeah, and that's indicative of OCD. I think Sam Fisher talked about that in their comments that we're reading too. Yeah, this concept of I can't hold myself back. He has this obsessive thought that he cannot get rid of until he's compulsive in acting in it. And then temporarily he will feel this sort of relief until the obsessive thoughts come back again. And so it's like he's the more he goes, the longer he's just losing control over this obsessive compulsive component inside of him. I think that's probably more likely than you said, like than the fragmented personality or dissociated personality disorder, at least from what we can see.
I don't think he was compulsive.
No, not at all.
Or don't. Not as a killer or a writer.
Control. Yeah.
I think he didn't find relief from his desires until he acted on them. That's obsessive compulsive disorder.
He took all of these breaks. I don't think he had to kill. I don't think he had to keep writing or keep calling. I think there was other things in his life that that we could have no idea about.
He was let's just say he's somebody in active war, Vietnam, and he's a trained killer. I mean, that's something you just don't shut off, when you're going through something like that, during that time frame. If it was a military person, most people are forced to be there, they don't even want to be part of it, so I would say that, it's something that he can easily do. He was getting attention. Compulsive, I mean,
that's different than impulsive as well, like what Mike was saying.
I don't think he was a particularly well-trained killer. I think that he had some experience. I think he's probably a better shot than me. But yeah, he didn't exhibit a great deal of skill with a gun or a knife.
In my opinion, I don't think he was a great shooter, because he missed 2 times. He missed to kill people 2 times with guns, which is, in my opinion, I don't know, because in Belgium we don't have access to weapon, and it's really good, because when I see what happens in America, it's terrifying. But so I don't have any experience with guns, but I know stuff that I've studied about guns: the 22, the 38, the 45, etc., etc., etc. So I think for the first killing, he succeeded to kill these 2 kids. For the second kill, he was not able to kill Michael Maggio, which is really, really, really weird, because I think he has shot only 8 times. Why only 8 times? If he has, let's say, I think it was not a 22, it was for Mike Maggio.
9mm. It was 9mm.
It was a 9mm. So it must be a revolver or a pistol. If it's a pistol, you have more than 8 bullets in your gun. If it's a revolver, I think it's only 5 you can put in the barrel. So that's maybe why he shot 4 times, and he come back to his car to reload it and to come back and shoot again. But I don't understand that he missed Mike Maggio. And it's, for me, somebody who is well trained to kill, let's say, who come back from the Vietnam, who had seen atrocity, who have used weapon, who have used a lot of destructive stuff. I mean, cannot shoot somebody with a single pistol like this, because it's simple.
I think
With David Faraday, just 1 bullet, he needs just one bullet for David Faraday, and for Betty Lou Johnson, who was trying to get away, he shot her 5 times in a row in the back. So it looks like somebody who know what he did, but on the second crime, it's not the same. And I'm wonder if it's not the first crime, it's not a Zodiac related crime, or if it was two people. The first one had succeeded to kill these two people, and for the second attack, the guy was not able to kill both.
I have a idea about why he might not have managed to kill Margot at the first shot, because I think maybe the guy, you know, where, in the first murder, uh, both Faraday and the Zodiac, they stand, so they are at levels, you know. With Stein, they basically sit together, so it's again at levels. But Margot sits in the car, and Z is standing. So probably, I don't know. It's probably a situation where he is not so familiar. Uh, he thinks he will hit the head, but maybe, I mean, it's different when you shoot like this. You know, the head is yani your hand is at the lower level, so you have to arrange your ankle. Maybe, I don't know. So I think it's for him. Maybe a situation that he is not used to, or he thinks it will work, but probably doesn't have that experience or knowledge, or there's something. It's not the same like in the other two headshots. What I think is a difference there. So that's how I actually explain it, which maybe means that even if he knows to work with guns, he probably doesn't know to work with them in a lot of different situations, which sometimes makes me think maybe he's not from an army background, but he spent some time with some militia guys, or I don't know, with guys that, like to deal with weapons, who think
Yeah.
like, oh, we're the cool and big guys, but then in practice they are not as good as someone
But
who's got a proper military training.
don't
So
you think
sorry,
it's
I want
crime?
to add something more.
Yeah, go ahead.
The same problem with the knife, I mean, a really clinical finisher, you cut the throat, you aim at an archer, that really gets the blood out quickly. But, he seems like a number of stabbings, they will do it anyway, which in the long term maybe is okay. But he could have probably known better how to instantly kill someone with a knife if he had a better military education, maybe. So the way he handles the knife, there is much more pretense than knowledge about what a knife can do to someone. So I think both these cases, and the way he fails to kill Mago, and the way he just lets these people in Lake Berryessa there in the belief they are already dead, I think there is something that tells us that it's not military in the sense we understand it. It could be someone very interested in it, someone maybe who hangs out with some militia or paramilitary type of guys, but I think he lacks the precision, and maybe I don't want to say courage, but
No, Oh, not at all.
It's
Was
not coming in his mind to slit her throat. I mean,
But
uh,
don't you think it's strange for somebody
anyways.
who claims that he's a hunter, and I think
Maybe, yeah.
for the first crime, I think he was on place hunting the raccoon, maybe with his body. I can prove it, but that's what I think. And he see an opportunity and took this opportunity to kill David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen. So somebody who is allowed and who is capable to hunt during the night, who will not able to kill someone at 50 centimeter of him with a flashlight in his head like this. I don't know. I'm just
The description is not correct. We cannot go with that description that Mike Maggio said that. There's no way that he would have seen the exact, because obviously, as you just mentioned, he had the flashlight at his face. He just started firing.
yeah.
I don't think he would. And also, you just mentioned that I don't even know that he was wearing glasses or not. So to me, it doesn't. It means that he didn't even look at him.
No, Michael Maggio is a terrible witness.
I just wanted to ask you two questions. Oh, okay, go ahead first.
I was just going to offer my theory, which Richard Grinnell shares. Actually, maybe it's his theory first. Is that at Blue Rock Springs, the first target was quite possibly Darlene. She was in fact the one who threatened his failure at that place, because she could have driven off. Had he initially fired at Darlene, that would give Maggio a fighting chance to escape into the back seat.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you two questions, and then I'm going to go through the list that I have for Cheney. Okay. First, the David Faraday. Just correct me if I'm wrong. All the pictures that I've seen from the crime scene, that his body was on the ground, beside the not the driver's seat, the passenger seat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How come? Wasn't he the driver at that night?
Yes, but both victims exited the passenger side.
Yes.
And then it would seem that David was meant to face the car, and then he was shot in the head and fell directly back.
He was facing the car. Okay, so it means that he asked him to get out of the car, and he asked David to, hey, come over here on this side, face the car, and then he shot him.
Well, he would be on the side that he exited from, which would be the passenger side.
Oh, so David was not driving then?
He wasn't driving at the moment. So he's driving, and then he gets them to come out of the car. Betty Lou would have exited first and would have been around sort of the rear wheel of the passenger side. And then David comes out, and he would be about in front of the rear passenger door, facing, I don't know what direction, facing the car.
So they both exited out of the passenger door.
Yes.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And the second question, did you know that? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, there is just one other possibility that I think the other day. Maybe because David was a nice guy, and to be nice with Cherry Joe, he offered him to drive a little bit on this road, and she drive on this road. She parked on this lover's lane to stop to drive, and that's when they were attacked.
Yeah, that's possible. Maybe,
That's
I don't
possible.
know. Because to me that was strange that
There is no
Faraday's
proof,
body
but
was there. Yeah. I just wanted to ask another question.
and
Did
like
you know
that,
that? Oh, sorry. Did you know that Melvin Belli house was right there at the Cherry and also Jackson's intersection.
Yeah.
I didn't know that till recently. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
Me
that's
neither. I didn't know that. I was just
told you.
watching Tom Voigt's documentary. I just was walking in the street and said, "Hey, there's Melvin's Belli's house."
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was living that close.
I think it was a second residence. If
Yeah.
I'm
Maybe.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not sure.
Not
True.
But even though,
Was his,
do you think that's,
was his old house? Was his old house?
I think he was living at that time. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. But even though,
No.
do you think that there's
I
a
think
connection that's just random?
No.
It's,
There is a connection, and it's very interesting actually that the Belli house is there. But I don't think he lived there anymore because I think after the divorce, it was in the possession of his wife, which sold that house to someone, etc. But I think it became later the Belgian consulate in San Francisco, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a party there that night, actually, where maybe Bella was invited, maybe Kwale was invited. I don't know.
from my understanding,
But yes, it's very close. It's basically when he walks up Cherry Street, he directly ends up in front of Bella's old house,
He
Yeah.
just passed,
so to say.
past the house. It's just, to me, it's just a little bit fishy. And then Bella received a letter from the
Yeah,
Zodiac.
it is. Yeah.
You know? But anyway,
Yeah,
because
but
I'm gonna leave
um,
soon, I'm gonna go to the list, and then just 1 second. I'm gonna go to the list. It only takes
I've got
2
a
minutes.
little list. I've got a little list.
I got a little list. Like the reason that I told you that Cheney has to be from the suspects that we have, okay, he has to be the best suspects because that first he walked into the police and then told them that I knew who the Zodiac was, right?
In 1970, it was Panzarella.
No.
No,
He
it was
mentioned
Panzarella.
71.
no. It was after. No, first he went to the police himself, and they didn't actually accept him as a witness or something. They didn't listen to him, and then he went to Panzarella, told
In
Panzarella.
71.
That's what he said. That's what Cheney said.
Yeah,
There's
but it's
there's
a lie.
another narrative, I believe, where he first went to Panzarella in 71, so long
In
after
71,
they
yeah.
could have done anything with the information. And it wasn't to the police, but to his boss / friend. And told him this story. And it was Panzarella who got him to go to the Pomona Police Department in the summer of 71.
And 1 year early,
I'm not sure. I'm gonna let you know why. Because first Cheney said that I went to the police and he said that his name was Slain something in the documentary, right? Maybe Bullet. That was the name.
yeah,
And he listened to it.
Granite, a bullet, yeah.
And then after that, he went to Panzarella. Panzarella had a friend in, I think, Los Angeles. He was he was a cop. And then that guy called Armstrong. And then Armstrong went and interviewed Cheney and Panzarella together. I think that's what Cheney said, at least. But anyway, the point is that Cheney went to the police anyway and told them that I knew Zodiac, right? So either he was lying or he was telling the truth, obviously.
Well, he was lying
Or-
because
or
Or he was truthful but wrong.
Okay. And if he was right, if he was telling the truth, do you agree that absolutely Arthur Lee Allen absolutely had to be the Zodiac? There's no other way.
No. Two drunk guys having a conversation is not proof.
No.
Mr.
Because
Judge.
he was he said that. I'm just saying if he was telling the truth, that my friend told me before the killing that I'm gonna kill people and I'm gonna name my name Zodiac, I'm gonna send letters to the police. Obviously, if he was telling the truth, there's no other way that he was not a Zodiac, right?
And if it was before the crimes. Sure.
Yes,
Yep.
exactly. Okay. So he was lying.
It's just those things are in doubt.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'm just saying
possible, yeah.
because he told those things, okay, he knew that they are not gonna find the real Zodiac. Because if they are gonna find him, they are gonna know that he's lying. right? That's big. To me, that's big because I'm confident because I'm Zodiac. I know that they're not gonna catch me. I didn't leave anything, so I'm gonna tell them that I had a friend that he told me that he's gonna kill people. He's gonna send letters. Okay, because they're not gonna find the real Zodiac. To me, that's big. Okay, and then he fits the general description. He was stocky, and he had the widow's peak.
Not that we have a photograph from the relevant time period, but
we do have some
approximately in the 70s.
Which is not the relevant time period.
Of course, but you're not going to get that stocky if you're small, right?
I don't know how stocky he was. That would
Did you see the pictures with Tom Boyd? That's a big
in the
guy.
2000s. Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, you're not going to get that big. If you're small, you're not going to get that big in 2000. I don't know, 20 or 30 years later. I don't know, maybe. But still, we have some picture. He was a bit stocky. Okay, he had the widow's peak, whatever. And then he was an avid big game hunter. Zodiac mentioned hunting. All right.
So he claims, yes.
He claims. Okay. Who claims, Zodiac or
Cheney claims to be a big game hunter, but we've learned
Druzer,
nothing about his actual life.
No, I think that his son already mentioned that my dad was. He also had some sheaths for knives. He would make sheaths for knives, and we know that Brian Hartnell said that when he pulled off the knife, he saw the sheaths, right? Cheney would have made sheaths for his knives. All right, that's one thing. He was an engineer. We know that Zodiac mentioned radians. I believe that he had. I'm not sure. I'm not saying absolutely he was an engineer, but he was exposed to radians because normal people are not talking about radians. I have university background. I have college background. I don't even know what I know about radians, but I don't know exactly how it works. Right?
He was a pipe engineer.
Yeah, and also he was at the crime scenes, according to himself. He mentioned that he was at Lake Berryessa a couple of times, and also Blue Rock Springs. So he was at the crime scenes as well.
And Lake Herman Road.
If Cheney was the Zodiac and he went to the police,
yes,
obviously he's risking that he would be investigated himself.
Yes.
So unless his wife was in on it, I don't know. Like obviously, like if he's Zodiac and he's taken like a dozen giant trips over the year of Zodiac activity.
Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. But I'm gonna get through the list and then I'll talk to you about the things that you mentioned. Okay. Now, and his handwriting is one of the good ones.
Yeah.
I'm not saying because the handwriting, who knows?
There's as many consistencies as inconsistencies. I'll give you that.
And he also misspelled the word victim. You gotta admit there has to be a reason that he did that. There has to be a reason because
agreed.
Either he was playing a game or he was just hinting, right? Okay. Now, and he was into comic books. According to himself, he admitted that once he is reading newspapers only because of the comic strips. That's what he said. Okay. And also he claimed that he licked the stamps of Lee Allen. That's, to me, that's huge. That's one of the big ones because once they claim that once they actually announced that they're gonna collect some evidence or DNA from these stamps. And then he said, "Oh my God, I gotta do something." He went to the police and said, "Okay, you know what? I remember. Now I think I licked those stamps. Okay, it was just a stupid thing. That was the only way for him. If his DNA would come up, that was the only way to, I don't know, get himself out of the situation, right? But that was the thing that he said, and also about the fingerprints. And he said that Lee." He had a ball of perfume, something like that, to squeeze, you know. And if you watch the documentary, he was just hesitant. He was just thinking, should I say it? Should I not say it? And then he said it. All right. And again, it was because once they mentioned that they are, because DNA was not a thing back then, right? It was after 2000. And then he realized about the DNA. He said, okay, these guys are coming up with new things. So how about the fingerprints? So maybe I left something, so I got to come up with the fingerprints as well, right? And that is why he made up that story about the fingerprint. And also these are most of our Drew Beeson's work. I just wanted to let he knows, he already knows. And also the Paul Avery background. He was at the same college as Paul Avery. And then obviously everybody knew that Paul Avery received a letter from the Zodiac. Okay, and also about the Paradise, he had a relative with Paradise with the same spelling. That's strange. Okay. And also he knew how to draft. Yes, exactly. The citing to Zodiac. Yeah, that's Drew Beeson's. And he knew how to draft. That's another thing. And also in an interview with Tom Voigt, I know it's not that big, but he used the word bouncing twice, not once, twice. Okay, if it was only this word, I wouldn't look into it. But once you add it to everything else that I just said, and then he said, okay, he wrote the word bouncing twice, and we obviously it's just Zodiac used that word twice. No, I think once in a letter. Okay. So to me, these are the reason that I'm saying that Cheney has to be the best Zodiac suspects that we have. Out of the suspects that we have, for example, if you say Guy, you might have 1, 2, or 3 things for him being the Zodiac. I don't know, but the things that I mentioned, okay, yeah, and also he's right. He had Air Force background. Not only military, it was Air Force. And those boots are designed to walk on wings of planes, right? He was in Air Force. But again, these are the reasons that I believe that, yeah, those are the boots.
The first thing I would correct you on is that Cheney is not a suspect. He is a person of interest who brought someone forward.
Of course.
Yeah.
Very little reason to actually look at him as a suspect. Second thing I'd say is that although DNA wasn't used in a criminal investigation until the 1980s, fingerprint evidence was very, very, very much a common knowledge. Okay, and he didn't say any of these things in 1971.
No.
Not about letters. He apparently wasn't. He said he hadn't seen Lee throughout 69 or 70. But I think the fingerprint paraffin wax, I think maybe should have come up in his initial talk with the police.
No, I'm going to tell you why not. Because as I already mentioned, they announced that they are going to collect DNA, right? Maybe he didn't, maybe DNA, I don't know. I think it was after 2000 that DNA was actually a thing. Maybe 90s?
86.
But I think after 2000 it was. So if it was at 86, why didn't they try to collect DNA off of the stamps at 86? I think the technology was not there yet, and then it was after 2000 that everybody was talking about DNA, and that's why when he heard about the DNA, he thought that, okay, so these guys are coming with new things. Maybe they somehow maybe I left something about the fingerprints as well. And then he came up with this story about the fingerprints. That's, of course, I cannot prove it. That's the theory. That's what I believe. Right? Yeah, that's Cheney. Yeah.
I think with regards to DNA, we don't have any from the Zodiac.
I agree.
The problem probably was that they treated all of the letters with ninohydrin, which is how they fume to extract fingerprints, but that kills DNA, all DNA, and so that's probably why they didn't find any when they went looking for it, and still haven't found any.
Yeah, that's what because DNA we are not gonna find after 53, 54 years. we're not gonna find DNA out of those letters. There's no
Not if they've been treated as they did all of the envelopes.
Yeah, exactly. So those are the reasons. And then about that, you mentioned that Cheney was not living close to the crime scenes at that point. Of course, I give you that. Okay, but it was 50 years ago, man. You will never know where he was at that point. We will never know, right? And he had some ties. He had friends over there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he already mentioned that he was at the Berryessa and also the other crime scenes, so he knew the area. Okay. So the only, to me, and I mentioned everything that I have for Cheney, and I have to be honest. The only thing that I have against him as a suspect is I believe that Zodiac actually talked to Falk at that night. That's what I believe. And there are two reasons for that. First, he mentioned it in the letters. He said that he talked to police officers. And also, what was the officer's documentary?
Falcon Zelms.
No, the other one. The first one at the crime scene.
Pelisetti and
Pelisetti. He mentioned that Don Falk at that night told him that they stopped somebody and they asked him, did you see anybody there? Okay. So we have two sources, Zodiac himself and then Pelisetti. Both of them mentioned that Zodiac actually talked to the police there at that night.
Pelisetti has said both things. In the documentary you're referring to, he said he never talked to me about anyone. Both officers have given very confusing, contradictory information.
Pelisetti said that in the documentary?
Yep.
Yeah.
He said both on television, so it's hard to say.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta watch it again because what I remember, Pelisetti that said that Falks said that I never spoke to anybody. That I know. But what I remember, Pelisetti said that Falk told him that he saw somebody. That's what I remember.
No, he distinctly said the opposite in the documentary that was with the Fincher film, the David Pryor one. He said Falk never spoke to him about, never mentioned that he had seen anyone that night. 10 years earlier, I think Pelisetti said he did say that he talked to someone and asked them if he had seen anyone, and the answer was no.
Oh, that's strange. I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought Pelisetti said that he saw it. I don't know. Anyway, if Zodiac had seen, if he talked to Falk, if he was Don Cheney at that night talking to Falk, I'm not sure if he would. Why did he go to the police then? Because he know that they saw his face, right? That would be risky. But I always think that he took the risk. It was risky, but he took the risk because Falk was working in San Francisco. He went to Pomona police. All right, so I don't know. And also about the Drew Beeson's theory, he said that he thinks Allen is involved. I don't think so, because Allen wouldn't take the risk. Because at that point, Cheney would told him, "Okay, Allen, I'm gonna go to the police. I'm gonna tell him that you were the Zodiac, okay, and then we'll see what happens." Because you will never know how they're gonna react. What if the police said, "Okay, that's good enough for us. We're gonna arrest the guy"? That's a huge risk. I don't think Allen would have taken the risk. I think he was not involved. I think it was all Cheney. And he wouldn't need Allen. Why?
So you don't believe in the fingerprints on the cab then?
Did you see Tom Voigt's thing that he mentioned that it was the kid?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know about the fingerprints. I've seen the pictures, but Zodiac mentioned that he was using cement. What was airplane cement?
Yeah. Let me refine my question then.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't believe that, or you believe that Cheney believed that they didn't have prints,
Yes.
or else he wouldn't have come forward.
Yes.
Obviously. Okay.
Yes. That's what I believe. Yeah. And also about the glove. That's just a theory again. Zodiac goes over there to. Do we know that how he cut off the shirt? Do we know that? What did he use?
They believe that he tore it, but I'm not sure that they could detect whether an instrument was used in order to begin the tear, like whether he used for example, the car key or a knife. Assuming that it was an entirely premeditated event, you'd think that he would take something to help him tear it, because for all he knew, whatever cab driver could have been wearing a denim shirt, and then he'd be out of luck.
Yeah, exactly. Because I believe that he used a pair of scissors to do it. He wanted to do it, and then he was wearing a glove, and he actually couldn't fit his fingers. And then it was easier with his bare hand. He took off the glove. He did the thing with the shirts. He tore the shirt, and then he forgot about the glove. That's what I don't know. Maybe that's just a theory.
Yeah, and I guess I keep correcting you that there was only one glove, and that's because Pam Hofstaff, who is the one who analyzed it, described it as one glove. But it wasn't as specific, her one comment on it, for me to be certain that it was just one glove. For years, it was described as a pair of gloves. But then the only official thing I've seen was her describing it as one. I'm not sure it makes a difference. But.
Okay, and also about the Zodiac hoax theory. Because I believe it's stupid. How about you? Do you think that's stupid?
I think it's disingenuous.
Do you believe that Horan actually believes it?
No.
That's exactly what I because he said that, okay, this guy, what was his name? The officer? The police officer that he mentions? What was his name?
Horan has all of the police officers in on it.
No, there's one specific.
He thinks, Pelicetti.
No, not that one. In the Berryessa. Snook, yeah, exactly. Right. So he said that, okay, this guy, Dennis Land, he did the killing, and then he went away, and then he came back, okay, and then he cleaned the crime scene. Why wouldn't he do it at the first place? I don't know why. Anyway, and then Snook wrote the thing on the car door, the Zodiac logo and the thing. And then why? And then somebody killed Paul Stein, and then again, how Snook said, I don't know, how did he have access to those? The shirt and everything?
Yeah, I mean, Snook is an interesting character to choose because he was in Napa, and Napa was consulted very early on, but there's no good explanation for the shirt.
Yeah, but Drew, come on. Oran thinks that Oswald acted alone. He thinks that he knows where is Maura Murray. He thinks that he knows the truth about the death of John Bennett Ramsey. He thinks he knows that Madeleine McCann is alive and he knows where she is, but the FBI told him to don't say anything. So,
and the Manson family are innocent, and so is Richard Ramirez. It's entertainment. He's taking advantage of people who haven't read the reports. He's not worthy of our discussion. If you ask
I agree. Horan doesn't believe in this theory. I don't believe that. There's no way.
He's a con man, and he isn't even getting any money out
before
of it.
Before continuing, I would like to add to the panel Meg. Meg, hello, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Where's the blonde hair?
Gone.
Looks good.
Gone.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Anyway, I gotta go now. It was nice talking to you.
Never saw you in long.
It was nice talking to you, Zephyr.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Nice chatting.
Nice chatting. Take care.
Later.
Oh, next time you're welcome when you want. You come back
He's gone.
when you want. It's all the time a pleasure. Meg, please, could you?
I think we have a frozen host. I believe he's saying, could you introduce yourself?
You
Meg?
introduce yourself for the audience.
Frozen host, frozen guest. Anyone not frozen have anything to say?
I'm not frozen, I think.
Technical difficulties, folks.
Person.
Yeah.
Ready?
What do you want to say?
What do I want to say?
I put him on the spot.
Wait, what? Okay.
We have dead air.
Hello,
You gotta say
everyone.
Oh man, what should we talk about? More Mount Diablo? What do you think? I mean, I think this has been a great discussion thus far. I really do. I love to bring in a different angle that Cheryl helped kind of shed some light on that we really haven't talked about yet on this panel.
You know, Holly Tashi brought up something about an area called, what was it? Something Hill?
Telegraph Hill, a neighborhood in San Francisco where she says Belli lived. But I don't know when. Do you know if that was like, obviously he lived in different areas. Was that during the murders, after the murders? Give us a frame of reference on that compared to Presidio Heights, the old house you guys were talking about. I don't know anything about that.
I think he may have had multiple properties.
Yeah.
But I think Meg is unfrozen.
Okay.
And we'd all like to hear from Meg. What do you got for us, Megs?
Not much. I'm just here for a good time.
Fair enough. Are there any topics of study that you would like to get into?
The writing on the car door doesn't match, I don't think. I don't think it matches.
It's not a very large sample, though, is it?
Well, even whenever you look at the numbers and stuff, those definitely don't match, but everything else is just like, there's no exact similarities between how he would write.
Would you say that it matches itself? Because it seems to me that all of the even on the car door, he's got sort of multiple versions of making the same characters.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that it matches. I lined up everything on my iPad and there was no similarities at all. You know, like that I could
some
find
similarities.
Well, I mean that it's, you know, I mean, I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's just like if I were to go write on a car door, there you go. I mean, it's not like he's sitting there writing in cursive or it's all like, I mean, a T is a line and a line. You know, it's like that's pretty much what happened. But especially whenever you look at those numbers, none of those match at all.
Meg, there is a question for you. Meg, do you have a Z person of interest?
No.
Nope.
I guess it's a little tricky because Zodiac didn't write a lot of numbers for us to compare to.
No.
But he did, because he wrote on the bottom of every, almost every letter, those different numbers, the 37, the this, the that, and then the addresses that he wrote to on the envelopes as well.
Yeah, there's a few.
I was wondering, I don't know with who I've told to about that. Maybe it was you, Cheryl, maybe Druzer, I don't remember, on Discord. I would like to make a deep dive analysis. Yeah, psychological deep dive analysis of the letter to see. I think I'm freezing. Did I'm freezing again?
An
Which
analysis
letter?
of the letters.
Which one? All of them
Yeah.
or a certain one?
Oh yeah, there is the possibility to make the difference between the man behind the mask, the man who had created the Zodiac. So to see if there is a possibility to make a deep dive in this. Who is writing? Is the guy under the mask or is the persona? Is telling it could be a little plus in the understanding.
I feel like that's going to be so hard though because
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a waste of time. But know what you think.
I don't think it's a waste of time, but it's difficult to be certain because obviously it's a fictional character that he's putting out. So it's almost like trying to psychoanalyze Stephen King based on one of his novels about someone sick.
and he just I mean he's spoken so many riddles, it's going to be really hard because of that
Sometimes
too.
he's right. It's him.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jerome. I mean, he is influenced.
Yeah, it could be a waste of time for sure.
Yeah, I mean, but so whether or not what he is telling us is a ruse or not, the information that's in there is indicative of who he is as an individual. I mean, he had to make that choice of which references he made as far as the media referred to. And there are some really consistent themes in there. Like I said before, the children and, and the threats that he's making. One
it
thing
was a real, yeah.
Yeah, and one thing that even in the ones that are not the canonicals, I was looking at Leona Roberts. That was actually kind of an interesting case because if that was Zodiac, that her mother was a psychiatric technician at the Napa Psychiatric Hospital, and for him to be if he did do that crime, it's really kind of interesting that he was evolving in his MO because that would be an abduction. And none of the other ones did he abduct anyone. She was found in the bay a few days after she was abducted. It was during daylight hours when she was abducted. But the fact that if there was a connection with the Napa Psychiatric Hospital, and the fact that it was a child of someone there rather than an individual that really would have impacted him, that's kind of that would have been an interesting connection. And one thing that when I was looking at some of the ones that the possible other ones, I'm really interested in like a lot of the data. what I really am interested in, other than this case, is unsolved cases that are more current in my area. And I use the Murder Accountability Project website to pull up a lot of that. Unfortunately for Zodiac, the information is not there. But when I was watching the 2007 documentary, Tim Narlow was talking about the fact that in Napa County alone, that there usually go several years without a murder. And then suddenly in 1969, you have 6 murders in that small little rural county. Now, I know that there are a lot of serial killers operating in that area, you know, around the San Francisco Bay Area. But in Napa specifically, I mean, even though it's in the San Francisco Bay Area, it's rural. I mean, if you've been there before, it's vineyards. It's not very populated, and I can see there has to be a correlation when you see that kind of a jump in the homicide rate in 1 year. There's probably a lot of murders that he was responsible for that we don't even know about. But the child, if a child was abducted by someone that he was interacting with, it's also giving him a little bit of space. You know, if he was using the psychosis as a ruse, that's giving him some space where he's not killing the person that really directly impacted him. He's doing one step away. So, I don't know. I mean, it's almost like, how many layers of chess are we playing here? Or is it psychosis? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, the entire intention is questionable. Like, I mean, we think he was trying for attention, but no one was asking him to send those letters. We really can't know whether he was on their radar for some reason, whether he believed it. I don't think that he was trying to set up a defense because the death penalty was in play. I think he knew that it was all or nothing. I think he was prepared to die at every one of these scenes. But of course we don't know.
I mean, I think it's fun to think about the psychological aspects of Zodiac, but at the end of the day, how much is this going to help actually solve the case? And like, how right can you be about him, you know?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I think there's very little doubt that we're all in this because we like having a hobby and we're trying to be respectful about it because people's lives are at stake and there really shouldn't be anything fun about it. But 50 years off, we're just sort of trying to be.
Well, you know what
helpful.
I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's profiling is a tool, just like handwriting analysis, just like anything. It can be useful. It would be a mistake to think that handwriting is like fingerprints, even though I've heard our main documents examiner say exactly that. I don't think they are as unique as a fingerprint. But yeah, I mean, we try to learn what we can, and all we have are, the documents and the letters. Jerome, I sent you an email with an attachment from the great Dehan Walker.
Okay.
That I think Meg will find interesting.
Me?
Dehan has done fantastic work. He's going through the almost impossible to read FBI files and he's cleaning them up and he's organizing the evidence we have. and he's done extraordinary stuff. You should all look at his YouTube channel.
Yeah, it really is great. I'm really looking forward to this. It's especially the ones that are kind of the one-offs. I was watching the one where he is listed out like all the ones that were kind of the one-offs. It was kind of an interesting list on there. So I can't wait for the rest of it to come out, and as well as the podcast.
Yeah, me too.
In January.
Okay, so here are our numbers from the Zodiac. Which ones are actually from the car doors? Not immediately apparent to me, which I suppose could be
the ones on the right. The ones on the right, I think.
Yeah.
He didn't write all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the car door.
No,
he wrote 12, 12, 20.
69.
Yeah, he wrote the dates of all of the crimes up to that point, the 3 of them.
27, 9.
Yes, Dion says letters left, car door right.
Yeah. Because the 5 is missing, I think.
Right, I guess there wouldn't have been a 5. So I don't know. Looks like there's some consistencies to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the handwriting of Drew E on the right.
The 3 doesn't look the same. The 2s don't look the same. The 1 is just a line. The 9 doesn't look the same. The 8, I mean, it's just an 8. The 6 really doesn't look the same. I mean, I guess it's a 6. I don't see anything that's definitely the same person.
But at the same time, we're talking about one. Instead of writing down, it's at a different angle. If you're writing on a piece of paper versus writing horizontal, and also you're using a marker rather than, I mean, they were written in pen, correct? So I mean, you're using, because I know that when I write on a whiteboard, it doesn't look at all like my handwriting when I write it flat, because you're at a different angle. And you have a larger instrument.
And if you just killed someone, 2 people with a knife, and then walked 500 yards, and then were writing this, hoping that no one drove by while you were writing it, that might have an effect. But yeah, I think you're using your whole arm when you're writing on a large surface, as opposed to just your wrist. That was an observation Julia brought up that I think is relevant. The different mechanics of the 2 scenarios, one writing on a vertical surface rather than a horizontal one.
I still think it's really weird.
What do you propose was done, Meg?
That entire crime is so weird to me. Like, why did you dress up? Why is it at a different time? Why is it so personal? Why did you rewrite on the car door about 2 crimes that you already wrote 3 different letters to 3 different news stations or whatever, or newspaper places, whatever. And then you never wrote about that crime again in any of your letters. It's just, I mean, the time of day is different. It's all just really weird. I don't know.
I think I could address all of those if you want to go through them again, one at a time.
Okay.
See if I can remember them all. I think he wore. I think he wore the disguise for more than one reason. One, he didn't want to be cited in this public environment. Whether there was a psychological component as well, I'm not sure. But I think if he was if things didn't go as planned and he was gunned down, I think he'd want it known that he was the Zodiac. So I think that's probably why he had the symbol. He didn't want to be looked at as some piece of garbage in a ski mask. I think he wrote on the car door the dates of the other crimes so that they would be certain it was the same one. Obviously, he was starting his campaign at this point. Whether it was personal or not is sort of difficult. There's not a lot to suggest that they were followed there. Yes, Meg, you in the front.
Yep. Why wouldn't he have just wrote a letter again to say, "Hey, guess what? I did this." Why did he have to go and write it on the car door?
Well, by writing it on the car door, it really, other than people like yourself, it really shows there's very little doubt that he was the one involved. And to even make it more solid, he made a phone call before it hit the news.
Everyone knew that Zodiac was making phone calls, though, right?
Well, it was in the paper, but a lot of people weren't aware. It doesn't seem that Brian and Cecilia were aware of the Zodiac. It is worth mentioning that in his next letter, which would come just after the Paul Stein murder, that he said that he was the killer of the people in the North Bay area. Now, Vallejo and Benicia are considered in the East Bay. So by his addition of North Bay, I think we can assume that he was talking about the Lake Berryessa, which would have been north to those crimes.
You say he said he killed the people?
I did in the people in the North Bay. I'm the same man who did in the people in the North Bay, I think was the phraseology.
Okay. What letter was that?
That was on October 13th, 1969.
Stein letter.
Yeah, and then after that, his next correspondence was the dripping pen card, where he wrote, we would presume, months of killing activity, and he included September in that. What else is weird about it, Meg?
It's very personal.
Because he used a knife, you mean?
No. Because of the number of wounds.
Well, he stabbed them an insufficient amount of time to kill either of them. So it wasn't what people would call overkill, which is
it was. I showed you the statistics on it because hold on, let me look it up. How many stab wounds there were?
10 and 6 or 7. It's a little hard to say because
10 is a lot.
Survived. It wouldn't be considered overkill. He, in fact, did not kill her. She died 2 days later. I mean, from those wounds. But had she gotten an ambulance in a reasonable amount of time, she may well have survived.
I still think I think that's very personal. I think he probably thought he killed her, but I mean, just like where all the wounds are and everything, I mean, it's like, if you want to just go kill someone, like, why so personal? It's very personal.
Well, I think he wasn't just trying to kill them. And that's certainly one of the mysteries. He could have made sure they were dead and did not. I think he just liked putting holes in people. Jerome's having some problems. But indeed, the Lake Berryessa crime is the strangest of all. And you're certainly not the only one who thinks that the couple could have been targeted. It doesn't seem plausible to me, but it certainly is possible.
I don't think anything. I just think it's weird. I feel like whenever you get into that, like, I know that this happened. I know that this is the suspect. I know. Like you're done. You know, it's like you can't have that mindset. Like, yes, you know, like you said, we know A, B, C, D, but as soon as we start, you know, anything else like that, you're off track.
Yeah, you have to be careful about what we're calling a fact. That's for sure. I wouldn't say that it is a fact that none of the victims were targeted. All we can do is look at the evidence of the various scenarios wherein he could have known who the victims were and killed them for that reason. He wasn't at the location before any of the crimes, so he wasn't waiting for them to arrive. None of them planned to go where they ultimately went. And none of them were attacked immediately upon arrival. Quite the opposite. So really, the scenario that probably has the most fuel is perhaps he knew these people and had them meet him at these spots, and then it was all a ruse to actually kill them. And we don't have any evidence to suggest that, but it's certainly a possibility. Welcome back, Jerome.
Guys, can I jump in for a second?
Yeah.
Guys, it's 2:30 here. I have to leave because I have to go to work tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So I have to say bye-bye for tonight. If you accept, please. So I see you next Monday, maybe. Have a great night and a great discussion.
Thank you.
It was great to be with you guys here.
Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Yeah, I see you soon. Bye bye.
Yep.
Jeff, Cheryl, Druzer, Meg, Jerome. Bye bye.
Talk to you soon.
Take care now.
See you all.
Take care. Take care.
Drew, I have a question. Is when I was watching the 2007 This Is a Zodiac documentary, Dave Collins said that he was partnering with Dennis Land. From my understanding, he was a park ranger. And so why was a Napa County Sheriff's detective partnering with a park ranger, and the park ranger was in St. Helena and Dave was in Napa? Do we have any information on why that was occurring that day?
Partnering sounds like the wrong word.
That's the word that you used.
No, I understand that. But I guess Land was on the scene before Collins, and obviously destroyed the crime scene,
right,
probably for humanitarian reasons. So I guess they would have been working together as first responders.
Okay.
How else to interpret it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because that when I heard him say that, it was a little bit confusing, because if and not only that, but if he was a park ranger, he was a half an hour away in St. Helena when this occurred, because they arrived at about the same time, he said, and Dave referred to it as partnering. So I thought that was kind of an interesting. It was kind of an interesting wording, and also something that I thought was kind of interesting when in that documentary is I'm kind of wondering if they have asked Brian Hartnell to hold back some information on, because when he's describing it, Brian's very good at going into extreme detail in all of his descriptions. You know, when he's talking about 3 live oaks down near the water and the peninsula and the distance to different things. And then when he's talking about, and he even talks about when he goes to breakfast, and Pacific Union College is a small college and it's about 300 people in the dining hall, and he meets Cecilia. Went into so much detail on that. And then he just kind of almost skirts over, I can't quite remember. We went to a rummage sale in St. Helena and we got distracted. That part is like he completely skips over it. So I'm not sure if they have asked him to skip over that part of, I'm just kind of, the St. Helena thing is kind of interesting, because if they went to a rummage sale, I can see Cecilia picking up her things. They went to a rummage sale. She may have been trying to sell off some of her items that she had from college because she didn't want to carry them back or didn't have space. And she had her friend from Southern California, and then she had a friend that was there. They were all in St. Helena. Then Brian took the TV back to his dorm, came back and picked her up, and then at 2:00 they left to go. All of that time frame seems, for him to go into so much detail to the before, and then, you know, the details describing everything, and then to skip over that by, I can't quite remember, on probably one of the most defining days of your life. I just thought that was kind of interesting. So I don't know what was going on in St. Helena that the California Department of Justice would have asked him to hold back or be vague about.
I don't know that he was holding anything back, because he gave so many interviews and he did give us so much information. If there was something very specific, I mean, it's possible that he wasn't entirely forthcoming. It's possible that some of this presumed hesitation may have had something to do with his other girlfriend.
Right, yeah.
I think if there was a holdback, it may have been, can you not reveal that we were having sex before all this happened? Something like that. Again, that's me speculating. I don't know that that's true. But they were there for about 45 minutes before the attack ensued, so it's certainly possible.
But I don't see how that would have like the St. Helena angle and going to a rummage sale. I mean, if anything, I would think that he would want to like expand on, we went to this rummage sale, and that essentially, you know, she was there with her friends, and I would think that that's what he was doing. He would have wanted to expand upon that.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm glad he did give us as much as he did, because of questions like Meg had is and Tom Voigt, who knows more than any of us, he still thinks that that there's a really good possibility that they were followed from the college. I don't really know how that works, but I guess if the killer was at the college when they happened to meet at the college, Brian had car trouble, and he was working on that in the parking lot of the college, and he was able to get it back on its feet. But Tom thinks it potentially the killer disabled the car in a manner that reflects the Sherry Jo Bates and later the Kathleen Johns incidents. Of course, it's very, very possible that Zodiac wasn't involved in either of those events. So I think if we're playing the averages, it's probably not relevant. But these are where you have to go as an investigator.
Yeah. Well, and I think the reason I'm saying that is that the sheriff's department for Napa County is actually located in Angwin on the grounds of Pacific Union College. And if we're looking at the Mikado and the three little maids from school, I mean, Cecilia was there with her friend from Southern California and her friend from Pacific Union College. They were there hanging out for a good hi.
Sorry, just 2 seconds. My computer became completely crazy, so he restart. He's restarting because he had made an update. It will take, I think, 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Continue to debate, and I will make my best to be back in less than 10 minutes.
Sounds good, Jerome.
Thank you.
Okay.
But as far as like the whole idea of like the little maids from school connection with the Mikado, if there are indications in a lot of these crimes that he was stalking either the police or he did some kind of stalking of the area, or he's stalking the individuals that were killed. One of the three in all of those. And I just thought, when you're looking at the Mikado, this really kind of felt like, as far as the drama of it, this particular crime is kind of his opus. This was the most dramatic, with the hood and everything. And really, if you watch the Mikado, the scene with the three little maids from school, and then you have the scene where Coco is actually kind of almost directing the lovemaking between the two main characters. That really kind of feels like almost like he may have been watching them, if not from Pacific Union College, at least from St. Helena. And kind of the reason I say that is that I have a cousin who is state police, and I asked him, why. I think the whole Dave Collins things came up. Like, why would somebody choose to partner with somebody from another agency? And he said that usually it's if the person that you are trying to tail already knows you. And when we're talking about using the hood, I know Dehan was talking about using it to protect from the blood, which that made a lot of sense when I heard that when he did Planet X. But also, you could just, if that was just it, you could use a ski mask or something. So there were 11 people there from Pacific Union College at Lake Berryessa in that area. And it sounds like there were a lot of people over at St. Helena too that day from Pacific Union College. I'm just kind of like wondering if there was like some kind of a connection where he thought somebody here at Lake Berryessa is going to know who I am.
Well, I don't believe there is a connection, but I will add this to the theory. It was announced in the news like a day or two before the Paul Stein crime that Brian Hartnell had been released from the hospital. So if they were starting their investigation at PUC, that would be a good time for the Zodiac to distract them away from that with a completely random crime in another city.
Okay.
But I guess what gives me confidence that there was no such relationship is the elaborate hood, because it seems like he did this hood so that he could attack someone at the lake. This could be a location that he had scouted or knew about previously. This would be a good public place where I can probably find a couple, which would help make the connection to the earlier crimes. and he would have a number of outlets in order to find such an opportunity. But if he had followed specifically Brian and Cecilia, he would have no idea that they were going there. They didn't know they were going there.
Right.
So you sort of have to make a choice. I guess it was where you started. Was he stalking the locations or the people?
Right. But also, like, if you look at the roads going from let's say that he came across him in St. Helena. There's really only one route heading to Lake Berryessa from there. I mean, it's not like you're in a major city where there's a lot of different roads that you could go down. I mean, that's mountainous area, and they really, you really only have them going in one direction. You know, there really was only you would. I guess what I'm saying is you would kind of know where they're going. So even if you held back so you didn't make them want them to see that you're following them, you know the general area that they're going to.
Well, they were going to San Francisco, but it was so late, and I think they decided that they both had responsibilities, so they couldn't spend the time.
But from St. Helena, you would have gone south on, I don't know what road that is, but you would have gone south rather than east. I guess is where, you know, if they were being followed. So once you knew that they were heading in one direction, you know, if they were heading south and you had a feeling that they were heading to San Francisco, you might want to just avoid that. But if you knew that, like, it seemed like, you know, there was a lot of Pacific Union College over at Lake Berryessa. They're going on a road that really does not have a lot of different offshoots where there's not a lot to do out in that area. I mean, you're going in one direction. It's mountainous area. You kind of have a good idea of where young kids are going on the weekend. So I mean, you held back, and it really wouldn't have. He would not have risked losing sight of them, even if he let them.
Right. So the rummage sale in St. Helena might be is probably the best bet for if he was following them.
Right.
And they didn't have to go to a lake if perhaps his plan was to sabotage their car and wait for them to pull over.
Yeah. And
then use or don't use the hood depending on whether he feared being spotted. But if that's the case, we still have to question why it took him 45 minutes to actually make his move.
Well, I mean, if he was holding back as far as like following them and was not directly behind them, once they got to Lake Berryessa, I think Brian said that he went to the first couple of spots and they had people in them, right? And then there was may have taken that 45 minutes for him to even like figure out where the car was once he got back up with them.
Yeah, that's what Sandy Betts has suggested, that he was following them, but then he lost the car and had to drive around until he actually located their car again. Yeah, so no conclusion.
Jeff, you know what? I do have a question for you. I was just thinking, going back to a question that we had earlier when Zephyr was on. For your grandfather, I'm thinking like in the military, he really did not. Everybody is going to go through like hand-to-hand combat. They're going to be able to shoot a rifle, things like that, and shoot a sidearm. But for the most part, that really is not something that would he have like that up close and personal experience in the service.
Well, we know he was trained with the I believe the 22 rifle. in this military, and he was an HU-2 helicopter pilot. Who, I mean, you watch movies. I'm not saying that this is a movie that I'm saying the way I'm going to explain it, but I mean, he was a HU-2 helicopter rescue pilot. So that tells me that, you know, he came in to Vietnam, blowing up areas, grabbing men, you know, and getting out of there, you know. And I don't know if you've heard the story that I have given on the 2 times that that I can remember meeting my grandfather. The one was when I was 6 years old in 1984. I was like 6 years old, and we were on the farm in Ohio. And that morning, he brought a pan of food from the day before. He would take the food out there for the farm cats, and they had a dog that was a collie. It was a miniature collie, and he lived. I mean, the dog was like a cat. It climbed trees, lived with the cats, and he went to feed the animals. And one cat was growling, like trying to, you know, overtake the food, and just pulled out his .22 rifle and just blew it away right in front of me. And which, you know, that definitely stuck out to me as a memory for the rest of my life. You know, so I mean, that wasn't cool, you know. And I mean, I think that, you know, I think it to myself that, well, you know, there's probably those ballistic that still on the ground there, you know, possibly there. And the only other memory other than that is watching him get buried in 1996 when I was 18 years old, driving to Ohio with my sisters and my niece, throwing up in the back seat. That was a crazy experience. And then, you know, him, like most Navy or servicemen, their request is to be buried in their uniform. But what strikes me as really strange is that he was on multiple tours, multiple squadrons. He was a captain. He was a mechanic. That he specifically asked for a picture of the USS Enterprise in his casket. And I just found that, you know, strange. But to me, I believe that, you know, if somebody were to figure out if he's the Zodiac, you know, that one day they'll dig his body up and see that. And I get from that is that he was bearing the truth with him. And again, that USS Enterprise that blew up January 14th, 1969, 28 men died by fire. And this is our connection to the Halloween card, where it says he's got the OK sign with the 14 in it. And that's where we're referencing the January 14th. And then his mother goes on record saying that Loring is okay, you know, so we just believe that that's part of the clues that he was giving. So, yeah, so those are the 2 memories that I have. Hey, Ross, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, gang? How we doing, guys?
Good.
I wanted to revisit some of the stuff that Meg and Druzer were talking about Lake Berryessa. Excuse me. Rough morning. Going back to kind of what Druzer was saying about the Badlands card and what Cheryl was saying about my episode with Craig and Dehan is like the blatant pattern is that Zodiac is responding to articles in the newspaper. You see the Count Marco thing. Like there's several examples of just blatant, obvious responses to things that he has read. And a major component of that is the Tate LaBianca murders, which, you know, he obviously, and Craig and Dehan are amazing at this. He obviously notices that his headlines are going to be stolen from him. So probably less so personal on the knife attack and more copycat to the Tate LaBianca murders, which, you know, the broken knife or handle or whatever it was in addition to the scrawling of pig and war, whatever the kind of blood graffiti on the walls, seems to be like a clear influence to writing on the car door on the way out. And then I would just add my own personal spin onto that, which is, something Ned talks about a lot that I think he's right on is the Jack the Ripper influence of the Ghoul Street graffito. So it's, in Zodiac's mind, he has this, if you will, art project, or just ludicrous art project from any of our perspectives, but combining his earlier influences of the, kind of predecessor serial killers with what would be a contemporary crime, Tate LaBianca. So kind of that's the first time we really see him, other than, I guess, random scribblings on the letters and such, is the first time we really see him write anything on a wall, or in this case, a car door, you know what I mean? But yeah, I pretty much agree with everything that was said. I think, Druzer, you're kind of going in this direction, that I don't necessarily think like the murder was the point of Lake Berryessa, because he runs out rather fast to go right on the door, and then kind of makes the phone call, like, shortly after, had to drive to the payphone or whatever he had to do to get to it. So yeah, I mean, he kind of jumps the gun, like, I want to report a murder or 2 murders. I killed those 2 people down there. Brian obviously doesn't die. And in my opinion, that kind of served Zodiac's purpose, which is the hysteria and the headline, more than anything, because without Brian living, right, all we get are like, there's 2 victims down by the water that are stabbed to death. And okay, he wrote a letter on there's some footprints, and he wrote a note, if you will, on the car door. But much, much crazier a story that he wore like this black executioner hood. And you really wouldn't have gotten that without Brian living. And in addition to that, what Craig said, which is Jay Sebring at the Tate LaBianca murder scene was found with a black hood on his head. So, and I think Druzer was insinuating this as well. Like, I think Zodiac may have had the costume ready, or may have been workshopping it. Like you were saying, Cheryl, he was probably watching the Mikado, and like, I'm getting to my magnum opus. I want to bring in Coco, the high executioner. I want to work it in here. Probably was getting ready to do so until he sees Tate LaBianca, and then it's like, okay, that's another black hood. So it kind of like, it, in my opinion, was probably the catalyst that said, okay, well, I'm going to wear it at the next one. And then, it's in broad daylight, no less, like you guys were saying.
Yeah, and Brian's survival may have quashed any plans he may have had to write a letter explicitly about the lake. He may have had a whole diatribe, half fiction, half reality. But then Brian survives and gives the entire account, and rendering it redundant.
I like that point, and perhaps maybe he even wrote such letter, but then he sees Brian on the news, and then it's like, okay, well, I obviously don't send that one in, because if it's 75% Zodiac's narrative of just all these usual crazy things that he makes up, and then Brian's kind of like, yeah, well, none of that happened, and there's just no point to send it at that point. And he's already made the phone call and kind of left the note with the list on it of the previous 2 crimes and such.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's all quite as mysterious as everyone says. I mean, obviously there's things we don't know, of course. We have no idea who the killer is, but I think once you start to see the pattern of the newspaper articles and then the previous crimes and such.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of master plan / making it up as he goes. Like, I think when these dates arrive, I think he's planning on going to the lake and finding someone. I think he's planning on trying to find someone on the 4th of July, when he knows that people in Solano County are going to be leaving their house again at the middle of the night and frequenting the kind of spots that he can easily go in and out with a blitz attack. And obviously, when he's directing a cab driver to a specific location, obviously he would have given that consideration beforehand, whether he knew the area or not. I'm sure he at least scouted his escape route and probably left a car there, like a getaway car.
Oh, damn. He's
I mean,
not the damn Zodiac.
for all we know, even took previous taxi drive dry runs, you know, to either Presidio Heights or similar locations, and then for whatever reason, maybe too early, or maybe seeing too many pedestrians, or just, you know, it's not the right time. But yeah, I agree 100%. I think the same thing with Lake Herman Road, like we were saying before too, Druzer, and it just like I think it's kind of a mixture of like kind of what we were saying, prepared and impulsive, because obviously on Lake Herman Road he takes the plunge and starts the whole thing off.
Yeah, Lake Herman Road is an interesting one to consider in terms of premeditation. We don't know whether he actually had a flashlight taped to his gun that night, but it does make some sense that he did. It doesn't make sense that he could have known that a couple would be parked out in freezing weather at some random spot, nor is there any, well, I don't know. Perhaps someone will come up with a reason why that spot may have been special, but I think that he just happened upon it. But that doesn't negate some premeditation, especially if he had this flashlight attached to a ridiculously small, ineffective weapon. You know, if this guy was a killer or a hunter, I don't know why he would be out there with a little Sears Roebuck, 22 pistol, other than it had an extremely long barrel and could facilitate a flashlight taped to it. So it could be that he had the plan that he was going to kill someone out in darkness, and that it was just in his car, perhaps the trunk, for when an opportunity arose. And then once it did arise and he killed a couple there, he sort of developed a game plan. I'm going to kill a couple again in a nearby location, and then they'll have to take him seriously.
Yep, I agree. That's almost exactly what I think. I'm hoping to do, if I can make it come together, maybe a Lake Herman Road show next month, and kind of dive into that timeline, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. But honestly, I like what Rich brought up last time, which is like he thought it was a hunter in the woods that came out, because the time frames between witnesses are so small. Not to say, like, I just think kind of what you were just saying, Druzer, I think there's something else going on at Lake Herman Road, because it just, you have so many people driving by it, witnesses, the guy coming from work, the oil guy or whatever he was, that it just seems like such a constricted time frame, as opposed to Blue Rock Springs, where you have them pulling up and I guess getting spooked, driving away, and then coming back. It kind of shows maybe the same trepidation.
Well, I think he had trepidation when it came to the 4th of July one, because there was so much traffic on Lake Herman Road. So he locates his couple at Blue Rock Springs. He sizes them up for a few minutes. And by that time, he's perhaps no longer feels confident that there's no one else on the road. So he drives out to make sure the coast is clear before resuming.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you guys discussed this, but you're doing amazing. There he is, Mr. B.
Jerome, I just want to let you know, it looks like Meg wants to try to be able to get back on.
He'll work on it.
Yeah.
You were doing amazing earlier, Cheryl, with the whole chemical stuff. And I was just wondering, I don't know if you guys covered this, but because it's been floated before, the theory of like Zodiac being on substances while writing the letters, and any effect on handwriting. I don't know if you guys mentioned that, because I was kind of in and out, but I just wonder your opinion on that.
Yeah. I mean, we actually did. When you look at the 3 letters that were sent in July that accompanied the ciphers, I mean, you can really kind of tell you know, I would assume that those letters would have been written at the same time. The interesting thing is that, you know, he didn't go and copy completely from one letter to the next, and the content of the letter pretty much is the same, but the wording itself varies a little bit from letter to letter. You also see that in the handwriting really kind of devolves from one to the other, and you can almost even kind of see, I can't remember which one it was, but one of the letters is much neater than the other, and then it really kind of just, you can tell. I have a feeling that even at the very least, he was drinking a lot that night when he was doing that. If it wasn't antipsychotic medication that he was on, it was something that was depressing his nervous system. It would have to be, because if they were all written in the same night, by the time he got to the third one, something was affecting his handwriting.
Do you think just rushing through it fast could have the same effect, or it would be kind of two different things?
No, I think it's very different. And also, you know, one of the things that is kind of marked in his writing is the separation of the words, like, you know, where, you know, if it was Christmas, and or the separation between the ly and the rest of the word when it's an adjective. Part of that is a slowing down, because especially with an antipsychotic medication, I mean, there are so many things that it's blocking the receptors on that, you know, it's almost just like a push to be able to get through. So like the one part of the word, and then it's like another push to get the rest of the word out. So, and a lot of his spelling mistakes are very phonetic. You know, he will write them how you would hear them. And so you see that also in his breaks in his writing, where it's almost like the first part of the word, the end of the word. So yeah, I mean, I can see that it very much was affected by something that he was on. Even at minimum, it was alcohol.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Meg.
Hi, Meg.
Hello.
Yeah, it's hard to determine how contrived or in what ways the letters were contrived. I mean, surely this is not his true personality that he's trying to convey. And it seems like he knows how to spell and is intentionally, systematically spelling things incorrectly, and then perhaps spelling them correctly, so that his readers know, oh, deep down, he's not as dumb as he seems.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And like we discussed before, Druzer, the Badlands letter, he's all of a sudden pretty much a genius compared to the earlier letters where he's having like, does he spell kid with CID at one point? Like, so it's just what?
Yeah, which I mean, he's not even trying to be authentic at that point.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Well, an interesting thing on that too is that how that's written. You know, he uses the word citizen quite a bit in his writings. And even though, you know, most people read that and think that it's a misspelling for kid, but he's all in that sentence, he's talking about that it's easier to shoot a kid or if he's spelling phonetically, CID is Sid, which I would think would be closer to citizen. I mean, really, truthfully, either one would work, as he's talking about it's easier to shoot a Sid or a kid rather than a cop, because a cop shoots back. So, go ahead.
He's also writing ACID acid, which is also seen in the map code, which is also then seen in Z32. Whenever you look at it, it goes ACID acid.
Mm-hmm. There's just kind of a phonetic. I mean, and most people read that as kid. That is a misspelling for kid. But when I'm reading it, knowing that a lot of his misspellings are phonetic, it could go either way. And especially like in the Badlands card, to sign it citizen.
Hey, Cheryl. So, I mean, other than like, we were talking about, alcohol and being, on certain drugs or whatever. Do you think a possible hand injury could also be attributed to it?
If it, well, I mean, it could, because it could, but how, I'd have to go back and, if you think about it, you'd have to kind of go back, because how long does it take like a broken bone to heal? 6 weeks. Some of those things are going to be permanent. If it does affect the handwriting permanently, you would see that in the later letters. If there was a hand injury, like a burn, a third-degree burn, or if it was a broken bone in the hands, I mean, it could, but how long would whatever that injury take to heal? I guess would be, you'd have to really kind of go back and compare the handwriting.
So let's say if it was a hand injury, could it be, okay, he needs so much time to heal, so he could be switching back and forth, or, from one hand to the other?
It could, I mean, it could be. It could be, but there is quite a bit of consistency though in the handwriting. And I would think that if you really are flipping back and forth, you would see a lot wider range than you see in the letters. That's just my opinion.
Absolutely. Well, how was Hills injured and when?
Sure. So we do have, when we FOIA the records, we do have in his medical records that shows an injury, but it doesn't say how that injury happened.
And when was that?
Do you remember the time frame when Loring had injured his hand?
I mean, he had a lot of injuries. He had back pain. He dropped an engine on his foot in the 60s.
Yeah, we're just specifically talking about the hand, though.
All right, let me look.
We're gonna look right now.
Yeah, this may be what you were looking for the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for sure. We've talked about it before.
And even what you're talking about, I mean, all of those injuries, I mean, they gave you pretty heavy duty painkillers back in those days. I mean, it wasn't like nowadays when they're really kind of, parsing those kind of pain pills out. I mean, they're giving you Valium and some very heavy duty pain medications back in those days.
But we know that Zodiac didn't have an injured hand when he wrote a 6-page letter in the summer of 1970, right?
If he was the one that wrote it, right?
No, but he did have an injured back. He took leave in 1969. So he definitely had an injured back. So there could be, I do have his pharmaceutical record on stuff that was prescribed. So I'll have to do a deeper dive on that.
You definitely want to hone in on this hand injury. You may have cleared your grandfather.
Really?
If
oh yeah,
it was
for sure.
Permanent, Druzer, you'd think there might be a scar on that palm print.
What makes you think it's clearing him, Druzer?
Well, if he had pain in his right hand in the summer of 1970, he's not going to write a 6-page letter that no one's asking him to write.
Oh, that part, that makes sense.
He had stitches in his lip on. He had stitches in his lip in 1969. Yeah. Let me look for a hand injury. I didn't see one in 70. Okay.
Yeah, she'll get back to us shortly. She's definitely taking a look through it.
Yeah, like what you guys want to do is look at scenes and moments of Zodiac activity. It's not just the crimes, but the letters.
Yeah. Definitely the letters. Absolutely. Yeah, on March 6, 1969, he's seen on the USS Enterprise for lower right back pain radiating into his right hip region. It's worse with coughing, and PE reveals a hyper something. It's hard to read doctors' handwriting. Something, but he's prescribed Whirlpool prescription, treatment, disc. I think he's got a disc issue in the lumbosacral region.
Okay, so that's going to come into play in September of 1969, when he's traversing this terrible ground for 500 meters.
Absolutely.
At Lake Berryessa.
Let me see. He goes back to work by then. That was in March.
Well, and Edward Cyphers has actually made a kind of a good point here. Is that, could he have been using stimulants, and I think someone else mentioned amphetamines? That's quite possible. I mean, it's not unheard of if he was on pain medication, or he could also be.
It was his injury to his left hand and wrist on October 28th, 1969. So it was his left hand that Jeff's referring to.
That's too bad.
I can upload the image, but it's in there. It says L.
Probably not writing with his left hand though, right? Unless
yeah,
ambidextrous.
Right.
Ambidextrous isn't a real thing.
Yeah.
According that's my hot take. But,
I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think Zodiac was writing with his left hand. So yeah, that doesn't help us.
Is that exorcist palm print a definite right hand, Druzer?
Yeah.
Cheryl, earlier you brought up the kidnapping scenario. Obviously, Kathleen Johns and Donna Lass both are potential kidnapping scenarios. I don't particularly think either one of those are Zodiac, but it's out there.
Yeah, I think Druzer and his brother made a compelling case for that on your show.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, there's the thing I'm always bringing up, which I also don't think is Zodiac, but the Santa Rosa hitchhiker murders are kind of literally in his backyard. Still amazes me that he didn't try to claim even one of those, Druzer, because he just seemed like a big mouth,
I think he was basically gone by then.
Yeah, good point.
Melissa wants to just say something.
Okay, so my groin research that I did. Okay, so here in Loring's military records, November 16th, 1970, he has, again, pain at his hips and it moves to his groin. This type of pain duration was for 3 days. He has a history of pain for about a year. And then it says it radiates down both testes. So I wonder, again, is that the inspiration for the pumpkin in his groin? What do you think?
You already set that card.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
It's worth asking, but I just see, we study this case and we come across these bizarre, again, they're coincidences, but how many coincidences can you pile up, for goodness sakes, to tell you?
Competence for a motive?
Yeah.
When was the back injury again? You'd mentioned that earlier.
He had several. There was, I think, like I said, he dropped an engine on his foot in the 60s, but in 1969 on the USS Enterprise, he was reporting back injury. I don't know how much he was either trying to get out of work per se or not, but again, a year later in 1970, he is reporting this back pain once more.
And when did he first report it? In 1969?
In 1969?
Is this out of order?
It's probably out of order. I know. So I looked at this page on March 6th. Let's see if there's something before then.
Did he ever get workers' comp?
He definitely got he got leave. I don't know, a month or two while on the ship. He got, several weeks off, 6 weeks. But I would say the back pain, February 24th, 1969 is when
It was reported.
Yeah. And then in 68, he was sick with head colds and things like that. But I don't see anything prior to February of 69.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll keep looking. Yeah, I mean, this is the stuff that's helpful. If you guys.
Yeah, if you can find that he had a really bad back, then we know that he didn't do the Lake Berryessa attack.
Right.
That's about all I can extract.
That the mention of the amphetamines, actually, that was a really good point that they brought up. Was that it was a chopper pilot in Vietnam. I know that a lot of pilots they were like really, that was like one of the most difficult jobs in the military, because they were a lot of times working 24 hours a day pulling people out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Druzer, when you said you don't think it was him because of the back injury, explain what you mean by that.
Crawling up the hill after.
Yeah, if it's in February 69, then he has plenty of time to recover. If he had a bad back in September of 1969, then we know that he wouldn't.
Well, you don't know. You're just thinking that. The reason why I'm saying that back to you is because if this guy drinks or whatever, I mean, what does it matter? You're not going to feel the pain. Or if you're
risking DWI,
or if you're taking any kind of medication.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but yeah, I don't. I mean, depending how much was drank. I mean, 1 beer or like 10.
So you can't rule that out.
Well, he was known to be a weekend drinker, from what we're told, and again, he had to be a functioning alcoholic.
But he
had a very dangerous job.
Didn't most of these crimes happen on the weekend?
Yes.
Right, but my point is, he drives to the phone and then drives his way out of there. So if he gets pulled over with alcohol in his breath, hey man, what's in your trunk? What's this? Get up with the bloody knife and the .45 caliber. We're looking
right,
for
but that didn't happen.
People, right?
Right.
But
he didn't get pulled over.
I don't know how.
So you think your suspect would take that risk, or do you think Zodiac would take that risk? It's two different questions.
I think both. Yeah, I think it's him. So yeah, I would say all in one.
Yeah, I mean, I highly disagree on Zodiac doing that. I mean, drinking to write letters is.
I used to be a mover. And I'd get up with back injury, and I'd still do the same thing every day. So, not walking or whatever, it could be a reason why I walk slow too.
I agree that both Loring and the Zodiac, be they one and the same or not, I wouldn't put that risk past them. What interests me, if the injury was more relevant to the time period, I think, well, someone's probably not going to choose to take the discomfort of that crazy walk. But it's not proof. It's just
right. Like I said, I was a mover for a long time, and I used to smoke a lot of weed, man, and that killed the pain.
Yeah, but you had to work. He didn't have to kill.
I didn't have to work. He had to work because he was in the military. He was home by then. But did he have to do what he did? I mean, he didn't have to do anything he did if that was him, but he did it, So I didn't have to work. I chose to do what I did.
I made an assumption that you were not working for pleasure. I'm sorry.
Well, it was definitely pleasure when I was working.
He's crazy. He is a very physical, hard worker. It's in his blood. Okay. But as he's aged, though, he's slowing down. So we have to take the age into context too, right? Like, so, and again, we're speculating, it was the Zodiac 35 years old? When did his body physically start to kind of break down and decline? These are all things we have to think about on top of all the injuries he may have sustained. Whoever it is. On the average person, like around 40, you start slowing down if you're doing that kind of physical activity like that, So right.
If I did 20s. That today, we're in Oak Park area, and I did a lot of third to third moves, third floor to third floor, 2 a day. You know what I mean? And now if I did one, I would be out for 3 weeks. Like, bring me my blanket.
He does. He takes
I would be
like 3 days to recover from something.
Yeah, now
I hear ya.
now I do repairs, and it takes me 3 days to recover. And I used to just do repairs all day long, every day. So
to Druzer's point, I mean, the fully loaded pistol on one hip and the extra large knife on the other hip. I mean, it's a lot of weight around the waist. You know what I mean? So it's just it speaks.
I don't think so. I don't think that's a lot of weight at all.
It's a lot of effort that someone who is uncomfortable probably.
I mean, if you want to have this debate, we could do it, Jeff. But do you guys have anything to put him on site at Lake Berryessa? Because I mean,
well, we have a lot of. I mean,
that right
a lot of people. I mean, 50 years plus, right? A lot of people you can't put them there, right? But you can put them in every vicinity of the areas. I mean, that's pretty close that we have with our timeline.
If you have them in the Bay Area, I think that's a check mark.
Absolutely.
I mean, you got Arthur Lee Allen up the street at Salt Ranch Point. I mean,
but Arthur Lee Allen is relevant to what we're talking about.
According to documentary, he got a ticket driving on the way out of there. So you got a whole bunch of evidence to place a guy, and then he tells the cops he was going to go there that day. So I mean, you can really pick any random narrative.
Well, the truth of the matter is, the Zodiac hasn't been caught, and we don't know. So I mean. So we can assume all day what he was doing, during that day, But we can put our suspect in all the areas of these murders.
It's also important to say, whenever this comes up, that Arthur Lee Allen did not receive a ticket anywhere in the vicinity.
You know what I was getting at,
on the date of the Lake Berryessa attack.
You know I wasn't co-signing that.
But at the same time, to Druzer's point, we're looking at our files too and saying, hey, if he's in Ohio, if we can prove he's in Ohio, cleared. Like he's not. And that's been our issue, is like everything we look at, all the newspaper clippings in Marysville Journal, Tribune, everything that we can find on this guy. And I'm still got to go through every single date. I'm going to go through every single date in these military records, and I am documenting it. Can we clear him? I don't care if he had a physical. I don't care if he went in for a cold. If I see a date, we're going through it. So that, Druzer, you have my promise on.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting about your case, is that you actually have dates of activity.
Yeah, I mean,
whereas no matter how much you dig, unless you get Don Cheney's wife to offer up a bunch of information, we have no idea.
Right.
Even a guy like Gaikowski, who everyone has looked at, and we've come up with an extraordinary amount of information. We still don't know where he was on specific dates.
I mean, a lot of people say that, hey, this guy lives over here, this guy, and physical description, right? A lot of people doesn't, this guy kind of looks like Allah, doesn't look like him, whatever, but this is somebody that don't live in the areas of these murders. This is somebody that's driving through, you know what I'm saying? And what would be the perfect person for that would be somebody living on base, because you're not going to, the only people that live on that base are other military people that would know him. And they're too busy to be paying attention to that kind of stuff, working. And I'm not saying that's totally true, but it's more likely a guy that's, obviously everyone thinks it's a military guy, right? So if he's an active military, he's active. Where is he active at? Well, we're pinpointing him at, Alameda, right? And we're got a timeline when he's away on tour, when he's coming back. His own mother gives him a timeline, and we get a tighter one when we get a FOIA his records, So it's most likely a military guy that's living on base, and he's driving through, and that's why nobody's gonna be like, oh, that's him. And like the whole story about the Dublin thing, he was in Dublin, living there, right? And you can see Mount Diablo we visited, you can see Mount Diablo clear from that base. And so he's been there, he's familiar with Dublin, so maybe he's there again because of something to do with an assignment. And there's multiple people saying that they've seen him. All these calls come in saying, we see this guy, we see this guy.
Zodiac,
right.
And he could have had long, shaggy hair while he was in the military. That's something that I always.
Well,
I
my
thought,
grandfather didn't, because we have picture timelines, and I haven't shaved in 2 days.
Zodiac had hair, is what I'm
This
saying.
is 2 days,
Yeah.
But
He had hair,
as far
but
as hair too,
it was military crew cut hair.
right.
Not
you
at all
gotta
times,
think-
though.
Well,
Not
here's
at all times.
and here's
You're
a good point too. When you're on shore duty or whatever, I mean, I don't know. Is there a possibility that he grew his hair out a little bit longer at some times? I mean, that's a possibility, through all that things that were going on during that time for himself, getting on shore duty.
He was not bald like Arthur Lee Allen, though. We know that. He
never
wasn't bald, but he had thick hair and the ability to cut it and grow it back.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that we know that Zodiac had what appeared to be a crew cut in Presidio Heights, but at the lake 2 weeks earlier, he did not have a crew cut. And on the 4th of July, he did not have a crew cut. This is all the information we have.
Right.
Melissa and Jeff, what would be like your top reasons as to why you think that he's the Zodiac?
Well, I mean, when my mother told me that she was watching the news and she saw a picture of the sketch of the Zodiac and told me that, oh my God, that looks like my dad. And then she suppressed memories that happened to her when she was young, when she was living in Alameda, California, living on the housing that he lived in and going to school there. We can pull, pictures of her from that school, her photos out of that yearbook. And then her telling me when we were at the FBI, to them, that she tried running away and he pulled her real close by her shoulders. And, he found her, pulled her by her shoulders and said, hey, if you ever try doing that again, I will kill you. And I have killed lots of people. Now, once I, moving back towards when she told us that, I told my wife about that. And we just start doing research and we just tried to find every single reason under the sun how it could not be him. Now, he's the closest. Now, people can, have their own opinions, but, he's the closest match to the sketch out of anybody.
But that sketch really doesn't matter. You can't sit here and say that every single witness.
You could say that, but if we looked at suspects that we have, it matters to a point. Yeah. So if we have suspects, let's look at the suspects. He's the closest.
No, don't look at the suspects. Don't go over the look at the evidence first. You can't just sit here and find, like, I'm looking at your website and it says, like, one of the things is, well, he was a helicopter rescue pilot that also delivered airmail between aircraft carriers, and you made airmail big. It's like, that's not, a reason as to why he could be the Zodiac.
Have you looked at all our research?
I've looked at a lot of it. Yes,
okay.
I have. Yes,
I haven't posted a lot of it. So.
All right. So we're still posting it. We're still working on it, but we have no problem. So our suspect did deliver airmail. Yep.
I actually don't mind that because of the amount of time Zodiac was involved in the mail. But a bigger problem for you guys is, you mean to, first of all, you said like everybody thinks like Zodiac was a military serviceman. Well, actually they don't. They actually don't. And then number two to that is, you have a good explanation for how this guy that was a helicopter pilot missed Mike Mageau from 4 feet away. Like, literally,
we're going back to the conversation that you missed when you were
standing right next to him
at night.
Right at night. Was he
drinking? What does that matter?
Was he drinking? Was he drinking?
He did have night vision training in the military. I can tell you that.
You mean to tell me everyone who's ever fired a firearm at night has missed?
Yep.
Do you know how
missed?
Yes.
Sure, maybe like 3%, but it doesn't make any sense how a trained firearm expert, even maybe any person from the military, would miss standing right next to a car.
He was rifle trained in a 22 with a 22 rifle. So
I don't think he had a rifle at any of the scenes.
What
don't think that's relevant.
Other than Gaviota. But that's what I'm trying to say. If he is professionally trained in a rifle and he has a handgun, I mean,
hit somebody
I
from
would draw
2 feet away.
I would say maybe he's not as good with a handgun as he is with a rifle.
It's
I mean,
not
he
about
wasn't a
being
sniper.
good or bad. You're standing right next to the kid who's sitting down. It's ludicrous to even think that. People who have never fired a pistol in their life could have made that kill shot. Like it's just
right, and he killed him, right?
No, he didn't kill him.
Not Mike
he didn't kill him.
Majo. Not
Okay.
Mike Majo.
You guys don't even know the
He injured
canonicals,
him.
and you're trying to tell us that you have a suspect for all 4 of them? Come on, this is
Well, he
guys.
thought.
Get it
thought.
together.
that he
To be
did.
fair, we don't have an explanation for why Zodiac, good shot or bad shot, wasn't able to destroy Mike Majo. The theory I like is that he was aiming at Darlene first, and that gave Mike that put Mike in motion.
Right, so we don't know
unpredictably in
why.
motion.
Right.
I mean, there's so many more reasons, though. He could just reload. He could just, you know what I'm saying? Like, he could wait till he falls out of the car, which he does, and finish him up. He walks back and shoots him again. You know what I mean? That does not, if anything, that says probably not military experience to me. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm the outlier on that, but.
I just don't think we can be definite.
I just think that I feel like you can't say that, well, he was trained how to shoot a .22 rifle, so he probably didn't know or wasn't good at handguns. I don't think that you can make that correlation at all, regardless. I mean,
someone trained in firearms is trained in firearms.
Exactly.
But I just don't think that Zodiac's skill is really the factor.
Okay,
And
gun handling
in mind the
differs depending on what gun you shoot. It is not a blanket. You can't make that blanket statement.
How about the bigger round?
47.
A 9mm is a bigger round than a 22.
It's different than a 380.
But if you're shooting with a 22, you're usually shooting long distance, which means you're learning how to use your scope, sights, whatever it is, and you're doing those things versus a handgun who's right there.
Yeah, no, it was embarrassing shooting. Sorry, guys.
I agree. It's embarrassing shooting, but people miss. People make mistakes.
And he thought he was dead. The amount of bullets he hit him with in the first place, he didn't think he'd survive it.
I think that regardless, this is just not something that you can tie to your grandpa or not. It's like if you want him to be Zodiac, this is just one of those things that you might be able to add it to your long list, but whenever it comes down to definites, that's not something that you can do. You know what I mean?
But we can't do that with Cheney. We can't do that with Arthur Lee Allen. We can't do that with Cavale. We cannot do that with Post.
I don't have a suspect, so I don't care.
I get that, and I'm glad. But what we're doing is presenting another fresh eye because the other ones
are not him.
Are not it. They're just not even. There's not even enough detail.
Well, we can't say. Well, that still goes for your
inspired Cavale to write a 340 cipher when he's a car salesman.
We can't eliminate anyone,
so
no matter how ridiculous.
Ciphers were actually very big back then. I've posted a lot about it, but I mean, always in the newspaper, they were how to do ciphers, this, that, and the other, because it was a big wartime. This was a thing the kids were doing. It was just another form of a crossword puzzle almost. So
I don't know how many years. There's no way the 340 is a complicated cipher.
It is. No, it's not. It's a simple. Finish it for me, Druzer. I forget what it's called. The thing.
It's
homophobic something. I don't know.
The homophonic substitution. Is that what you're saying?
It's the transposition which makes it seem complicated, and it kind of is. But I think a layman could probably decide to encode in a diagonal fashion, and no one would have any chance at it, which they didn't.
Diagonal fashion to the coder.
Sorry?
It had to be a unique diagonal fashion to the coder who created the code.
Which is obviously somebody that was really good at it.
Right.
Our suspect was trained, in that.
Zodiac wasn't really good at it, though. He made a mistake, and that's pretty much.
He made tons of mistakes, and it may have been intentional. Obviously, he wasn't trying too hard to.
In the code.
He wasn't trying to give his name. He was just giving you.
No, and he wasn't trying hard with his spelling. He wasn't trying hard to get his symbols straight. He omitted at least a word, maybe even an entire line, and just kept going.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think we can really know how talented or sophisticated he was in his coding. He understood well about letter frequencies, which puts him sort of a level above those who are just doing the ciphers in the newspaper every week. But we certainly can't know. But I just want to make a point about the victims, the 2 victims that survived. No, that's incorrect. Never mind. I was about to say something incorrect.
It happens. It happens.
Majot was in motion, which is probably why he survived. Cecilia was in motion, which is probably why she did not survive. Right. So I have no point. Carry on.
I like
that was a great point, Druzer.
That's great commentary. Meg, I just want to say when you're out with your complication, I was responding to some of your Lake Berryessa questions. I don't know if you caught any of that.
No, I did not.
Well, that's why there's on demand.
But
I'll go back and rewatch.
I would like to just say, because I saw some stuff in the chat. Okay, here nobody know who is the Zodiac, because if we knew, case closed. So, and I understand we are already passionate by it, but please don't fight each other against the idea of the other, even
You're frozen, Jerome. You're locked up, bud.
if you disagree, even if you disagree with, accept. Yeah, I was freezing again. So I just want to say, please accept the idea of the other, even if you are not agree, because it's like that we can.
Well, and also one thing that I do want to say is that I really do appreciate Melissa and Jeff in how they are very open. You know, the great thing about Jerome too is the same way. They both are very passionate about POIs that they have, but they're also extremely open to listening to other ideas, new information, and I just want to let you know that I do appreciate that. I mean, that's the one good thing about Jerome's channel as well as Discord is that, you know, I'll be honest with you, I've read Tappa Talk and been following this for a while, but you know, that was the whole idea of me being on YouTube today. This is not something that I normally would have done. And the same thing as far as posting on Discord. But what I really want to do is really commend both Melissa and Jeff for being open to hearing other, you know, being passionate about your POI, but yet being open to new information and not being dogmatic. Because I think that that's one of the things that it is a problem in the community at large, is that a lot of times people become very dogmatic. Mm-hmm. Once they have their own POI and they don't want to hear any new information or any new information that might distract you from your own beliefs and your own POI. And I really do. I wanted to tell Alton while he was here, so hopefully I'll send him a message separately. But you know, I really do appreciate everybody over on the Discord server, Drew and Chris and Soze and Michael and everybody else over there that created the Discord, because I mean, truthfully, there is no way that I would be participating in the Wild West that's over on Tappa Talk, because I'm just not. I don't want to get into a hassle with people being so dogmatic in their own POIs that they're not willing to listen to new information, you know, and that's what I really do like about this community that you all have created. So,
like I say all the time, and I agree, Cheryl, I really agree with you. And like I say all the time, we need to stay humble. I know we are all really passionate by that. Really, really. I'm passionate by GFK. I can talk about days and days about JFK, and there is something I cannot prove. There is something I can prove, but sometimes I'm wrong. And when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And when I'm wrong, I'm still happy because that means that I learned something. So for me, there is absolutely no problem to be, let's say, um, let's say, wrong or right about uh, something. And I understand that. I have seen that 1 million times. People are really passionate and they are sure about their suspect because they have made a lot of works. Do you remember, Melissa and Jeff, when somebody had compared you to J. Foy, and and directly I say, "Hey, no way, no way. This is not the same." J. Foy is a guy on TikTok who's coming. Yeah, guy, my grandpa was this guy. I've seen this photo, and he was the Zodiac Killer. Yeah, I'm sure. I know. I was a cop, and no. This is not that. Melissa and Jeff had made a real investigation during years and years and years, and they continue to do that. And it's a serious, really serious work they are doing for what? The same, the same, the same as us, for the seeking of the truth, the justice for the victim and the families.
Mhm. That's it.
And not only that, but I can't imagine, Jeff. I mean, I, I I really get the feeling from you that I think that you would be very happy to prove that your grandfather was not the Zodiac. I mean, this has to be a very difficult thing for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I mean, we wouldn't at all bring this up. You know what I mean? We wouldn't even bring it up. It's, you know, I didn't ask for this. You know what I mean? Like, we just followed the information. We followed the facts. We're not trying to force anything in there. You know what I mean? And like Melissa says, you know, we're just, you know, as we go, you know, we just, you know, bring the information out. We're not going to bring out information that, you know, that we don't have.
Sorry, my psychotic doggo Argentino, Great Pyrenees will not stop barking. Yes, and we also have a strong, I think, sense of justice, right? So people ask us, how dare you, or how could you accuse a family member of doing something like this? We get that question a lot, and it's like, well, you know what? The truth is the truth. I don't care who we are, or who you are, or who anybody is. If an individual that walked this earth, you know, committed these crimes, then justice needs to be served. If he's dead, fine, but we need the truth and we need closure. And obviously, he's going to be related to somebody. I mean, he wasn't incarnate. You know, like somebody's going to know. And I just think, you know, if it's going to be someone, it'll be somebody that can recognize the personality traits, right? Like a family member, like his mother. But then that coupled with those of us or you in the community that know the case, the police records, Druzer, like all of this has to come together. It's not just one piece, you know, in a funnel. It's going to take, I think, a team. I really, like, you know, when they compile a task force, like when they caught the Gilgo murderer. I mean, it was a huge task force. It wasn't just an isolated, siloed department. So,
one question, Cat Daddy, I believe it was Cat Daddy Steve, because this was a while ago. So, one question that he had was if Melissa and Jeff, if you had contacted Colleen Fitzpatrick about doing DNA and genealogical testing yet.
We have not. I mean, we haven't contacted the law enforcement community yet to do any testing, but we did recently upload the file, a family member's file on GEDmatch.
Okay. And actually, I think Cat Daddy, that actually was a really good idea, Cat Daddy. I believe it was Cat Daddy who said that. But he does go on Gray Hughes's show and I think some other ones, but she is one of the biggest forces, and as far as doing the genealogical testing.
Like, you need more, like what she does.
She does DNA testing, and then she has a team that does genealogical connections.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure though. Without the DNA from the California Department of Justice, how much further we could go with that? Because I mean, she needs something to test it against.
Right.
So yeah, and what our thoughts were in terms of uploading it to GEDmatch is you start, they can build a familial DNA profile just with, I mean, we're hoping as they advance with just like one cell. I mean, and then they have to take that, match it up with the family tree and work backward to build, okay, well, what are the 3 closest suspects that would be the closest match? Well, we've already done the family tree work. So I'm hoping that will accelerate some of the process. But all we can do is just upload this file in every Justice DNA database that law enforcement checks and then tip them off to the fact that it's there.
Right.
And then whatever they know that they're not sharing with us, if there is holdback, then they can just take it and run with it. And we're hoping that will provide some answers. And if not, then we're all just going to be debating until. I hope that's something.
But I'm agree with Ross for a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. There is inconsistency. For example, for Michael Maggio, if he was a military expert, and how could you miss the shoot? But like Druzer was saying, it was maybe on purpose. We can't think like him because he was deranged. He was not maybe sick, but he was not thinking like us. Or maybe I'm a psychopath and nobody knows. But no, I'm joking. He was not thinking like we think, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's what John Douglas said. He said it's dangerous. It's not for everybody to doing that. Sometimes it's really disgusting. It could be really depressive, but if you have the shoulder to do that, try to put yourself in the shoes of the killer. And sometimes, for some investigation I was on, for example, I'll give you just one little example. It was the worst. That's why I give you this example, because it will stay in my mind forever. I was working on Jeffrey Dahmer, and to not understand, but try to feel what he was feeling and compare to my feeling, I have take meat, put in my garden on the sun for 4-5 days, and after I have opened the bag. You can imagine it was smelling horrible. It was absolutely horrible. But for Jeffrey Dahmer, it was exciting. So I was trying to thinking how it's possible to be excited by that, because me it was.
Oh, he was doing
I
so
think
well.
it's the worst, but really the worst. The choose in the serial.
Oh no.
Yeah, I see his point though. We can't get into the mind frame of someone who enjoys inflicting terror and pain.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but at the same time, like Druzer and I were just saying, the vast contradiction between Lake Herman Road and Blue Rock Springs is he walks up to David Faraday, shoots him in the head with a 22, instant kill shot, shoots Mike Mageau in the back seat. He jumps, moves, whatever, hears him breathing, comes back again and shoots him and shoots him again, basically a second time. Walks to his car, walks back and shoots him. So I mean, why not just reach the pistol through the window and just put it to his temple and finish him off? Darlene is clearly probably dead at that point. You know what I mean? So I mean, there's not going to be any witness. Or she was still alive when the cops got there, Druzer?
No, well, technically, because she was on her side when Zodiac left, and the first witness who saw the bodies, she was on her side. By the time the cops got there, she was on her back.
But wasn't able to speak when they asked her. Yeah.
No, and neither was David. They were both, for all practical purposes, dead at the scene, I would say. Yeah. But I still contend that Mike survived because he was wriggling around in the back seat and wasn't still. He didn't have. It wasn't like he could just aim at the target and get him. But that debate will continue, I'm sure.
yeah, for sure.
All right. I'm just about done, I think, folks. Unless there's any last minute questions for old Druzer.
I'll do another 5 or 10. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Dehan, was the Hoffman thing.
It was wonderful to finally get you on the stream, Cheryl. You're terrific.
Thank you.
A lot of great thoughts. Whether Zodiac was crazy or pretending to be crazy is has been a debate since the beginning. Will continue to be so. But it's nice to hear someone who's actually worked in the field and understands about these drugs and misdiagnoses and all that stuff. Melissa, Jeff, always nice to go through this with you. I know you have a long way to go in your journey to proving that your grandfather was not the Zodiac. I hope you can get there, and I appreciate that you're not publishing a book or trying to capitalize on what might be a red herring. As long as you continue to not publish a book or try to profit, I am more than happy to continue.
We're definitely not going to.
Guys.
Thank you. We're definitely not going to do that. But if this comes to be, I think anybody in our position probably would. But I would tell you this much: that's going to differentiate us. The difference between us and everyone else is that we're going to give definitely closure to the family, shut the case, and proceeds will go to them.
If you prove he's the Zodiac, that's an entirely different story. Absolutely.
Right. Absolutely.
Meg, always great. Ross, you the man.
Nice seeing you, Druzer.
Jerome.
Thanks, man. Have a good weekend.
My friend, we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Mr. Judd.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone.
You too,
It
buddy.
was fun arguing with
care.
you.
All right. Who's left? No, I'm just kidding.
Brad.
And then
But,
there were 5.
Go ahead, Meg. Were you saying something?
I was just saying, and then there were 5.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, don't take it the wrong way, Melissa and Jeff.
We'll take it as we're one here.
The three Musketeers.
What were you saying?
I just say don't take it the wrong way. It's just like every suspect in the Z community pretty much gets the same treatment. You know what I'm saying? I think
we're aware of it.
It's the reputation in the community, unfortunately, as Cheryl was saying.
We're just trying to keep balance. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
So if we're wrong, we'll eat humble pie. But is everyone else going to eat humble pie too? And that's the big thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
And
I don't know. I mean, so you guys said that you're trying to send in prints and DNA, right? I mean, I think that's probably the better way to go, and just see, anything comes back and what the results are, and if you get a hit,
Yeah, we've got his fingerprints. We have items he of his possessions. We can show you exactly where he spent the 20 years after the Zodiac saga. And it's there is a whole acres and acres and acres of land that they could excavate, that we could point fingers to. You know, we've got, until then though, we have to prove a case and get a warrant, give the law enforcement enough to get a warrant to search that property. But yeah, we've got hair samples. I have his hat from when he was a security guard after he retired.
And we have the typewriter that was military issued that
we're willing to cooperate. So
yep, absolutely. One step at a time.
I mean, Cheryl, would you be open to a suspect that is alive that long after the canonical killings? Because it sounded like when you were discussing the suicide themes and such that you think the reason for the stopping of letter activity and activity is that Zodiac's life expires, so to speak.
Not necessarily. You know, when you really do take a look at that Badlands card, it depends on if that was a serious card. You know, when he wrote that, because that really, if you take that as it is written, it shows that he has evolved in his life, how he sees himself. I mean, if his life changed, I mean, if the medication that he was on worked, if he found stability in his life, you know, if he was able to find what he wanted in life, you know, a fulfilling occupation, found family, created a family, someone that was something. I mean, usually when you're looking at that, does he have something to live for? I can see that may have been when he essentially may have stopped killing, or he may have killed himself. I mean, the themes in all of the things that are referenced, there is so much suicide referred to in all of these things that it had to be something that it was least on his mind. Whether he followed through with that is a different story.
That's why, Cheryl, Melissa, Jeff, I would like to invite you. I already told you, but I would like to invite you, Melissa and Jeff, to make a complete show just with you. And Cheryl, I would like to do the same. I would like to invite you to doing a show with me about all your knowledge, not especially on the Zodiac, but all the knowledge you have about your past, your life, what the case are you interested in, and it will be really an honor for me to invite you both, no, three, Melissa, Jeff, Cheryl.
Yeah, I don't know about talking about my life. We'll just keep it to the Zodiac.
Yeah, and I would be I would be honored. Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate the invite. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Meg, really, if you want to share anything with us, if you want to talk about the subject, not especially the Zodiac, I don't know if you are on different subject, if you are interested in different subject. I don't know, but you are really welcome. Send me an email to explain me what you want to talk about. And I really would like to have you too, because you don't speak so much. And I really would like to talk to you. No, it's not a reproach. It's not at all. Not take in a bad way. You're cute. You are really cute. You are all cute. All, even Ross.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is the most cutest man.
Appreciate that, cutie.
Yeah, that would be nice. Thank you. My mom was murdered last month, and
I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible.
And her husband still hasn't been arrested. So Yeah, that's my line
But
right now.
no, Meg,
Damn, sorry, Meg.
Sorry.
Wow, so sorry. And you guys were talking about Jay Foy earlier,
did I'm
and
freezing?
he went through a major heart attack, and he's just recovering back out of the hospital right now. And
I
2
know.
open heart surgeries, was on life
Really?
support,
Yeah,
wasn't
this-
gonna make it through.
telling everybody that's touching this
It-
case is cursed. We're all cursed.
He almost
I'm
died.
telling
He
you.
literally almost died.
I did not hear
It's a
anything
miracle
about that. That's
he's
crazy.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd you
So
guys
yeah,
see that?
everybody has some disaster that's happened, like right when they start looking into this case. I can't explain it. Of course, it's just like, well, whatever. You could say that, but I'm telling you, I mean, we were even text messaging a handwriting analyst to look at stuff, and he was in the hospital for like 6 months.
Yeah.
Horrible recovery,
and then disappeared.
and then disappeared.
And
But
he's like supposedly working on like something bigger than the Zodiac.
Mhm.
That's supposed to be like international.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that what we're talking about is peanuts, but I mean, he wanted to charge us like $350 an hour to touch it. And we're like, yeah, okay.
Wow.
I said, how about you just take a look at it on your free time, you know? And he just seriously for 6 months, deadly ill, and just never responded ever again. It was just weird. Like he was really interested in the case and then just fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah,
crazy.
well, these things happen.
Right.
I think I'm going to slide out, guys. Cheryl, it was nice meeting you. You're amazing. I was pretty much watching the whole time before I came on. Melissa, Jeff, Meg, nice being on with you.
Nice seeing you.
You too.
Might have a show on my channel next month, so I'll keep everybody posted on that.
Yeah,
Cool.
Mr. Beaker.
Keep us updated on that.
Absolutely. Jerome, I'm going to bounce. I know you're glitching, bud, so you there?
He's like Melvin Belli in the Star Trek episode.
There you go. That's exactly
So
what I'm
chill.
talking
Like
about.
just so chill.
I'm
Oh
a sci-fi.
God.
I'm a sci-fi guy. Peace out, everybody in the chat.
Peace, man. Take care.
Yeah, probably Kurt Cobain. Me and you, Jerome, will get it scheduled. So maybe
Happy
some other
Thanksgiving
things.
to you.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Have a good week and a good holiday. I'm out.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving, Ross.
All right.
Okay.
Who's left here?
I think I'm going to go ahead and tap out now too. But thank you so much, Jerome. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Really do appreciate it. Really
Nice
is
to put-
very
Nice to
nervous.
put a face to the name.
Yeah, you're well loved in the chat, Cheryl.
Yeah, we'll be playing Jeopardy again next week, right?
Sounds like
Right.
yep, Jefferdy.
Jeopardy.
All right. Thank you so much, Jerome.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Remember the Brady Bunch where that have all everybody squares up and they're all talking to each other and looking up, you know? That's kind of what this reminds me of, like the Zodiac Bunch.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to say before I go, I wasn't trying to be like rude or come at you guys or anything. I'm just wanted to talk about it because, you know, if this is something you're doing, I feel like you should, you know, prepare for these, you know, kinds of things. And I don't think it's like everyone in that community, but like if you, you know, you really think it's him, you know what I mean? It's like,
We do.
that's it, you know? So, I mean, I know you do, but for everyone else, I just feel like, you know, they're going to have those.
I look more like the one Zodiac sketch than everybody else.
And believe it or not, I'm trying to be the voice of reason with Jeff, like to say settle down, like slow it down a little. We don't know.
I Spilatro
constantly am telling
everything.
him. He does. I don't know if you know who Spilatro is, but yeah, it's like he will not shut his mouth sometimes. And I'm like, listen, we've got to vet this first. We have to vet this. Everything needs to be vetted. But yeah, we appreciate that, Meg, and I'll check out your
for you.
Yeah, our
on
prayers
that.
for you and your mom's case. We hope that comes to a closure, that justice is served, and I'll check out your channel as well. So
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks. Yeah, I haven't. I've posted a little bit about it on Discord, but
yeah,
since her husband's not arrested yet, like he's he's like sick, so like I won't post anything about him because like
course.
about her because like he will get off to it.
Sure.
You know, so it's like that's kind of where I'm at right now. But yeah, yeah,
Yeah, just be safe.
Stay safe out there for sure.
I will. Thank you.
All right, you take care. Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Bye, bye, Jerome.
Bye, Mac. I don't think we can hear Jerome. Jerome, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
It's the final countdown. Do-do-do-do.
I'm gonna tell his audio.
You can hear us fine, Jerome?
No.
Because we can't hear you. You must be somewhere else right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't hear you. There must be some kind of audio issue going on your end. Oh, you're okay. He's muted.
Try unmuting.
You're muted right now.
There we go. Can
Okay.
you hear us? No.
Should we pretend like we're frozen and don't move?
Yeah.
I guess we'll jump off here too.
I guess so.
We're going to jump off here too. I'm not sure if you can hear us. Thanks for having us, Jerome. Thank you to the chat and everybody asking questions. We'll talk to you soon, my friend. Stay in touch. Keep us updated with everything. All right?
Thank you, Jerome.
Bye.
Thank you.
How do you click out of here now?
I'm back. Can you hear me? Can you tell me in the chat if you can hear me? Just say yes or no. Melissa, can you hear me now? I have a lot of problem. Yeah, great, excellent. I have a huge problem with my computer, with my internet provider, with StreamYard, but they offer me something nice though. So it's thank you to StreamYard. Yeah, I had to talk for it's so yeah. Thank you very much to everybody in the chat who has spent again approximately 5 hours with us. An excellent debate. Like always, I was really pleased to meet Cheryl. I have already talked with Melissa and Jeff, which I think they are doing a really great job about their suspect. I was on that. I think it's zodiackillerbomb.com. Yeah, it's zodiackillerbomb.com. And I'm on their website for now, for reading what they find, what they've done, and for now, their suspects are for me really interesting. Even if I have another theory, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My theory doesn't matter. If we can find the truth, that's the goal. So I don't know, and I have a good night, Maggie. And you are here at home. You come back when you want, with any subject you want, and we will talk together and try to have a nice chat. It will be great. And like everybody in the chat, if you want to participate in the panel discussion, you are really welcome to participate. So now I would like to talk to you about two or three things if you have a little bit of time. I'm for I don't know what's going on with my internet. So I'm reading chaos from Tom O'Neill. Yes, I'm freezing. It's my internet connection. That's my internet connection will suck. Ready. Night, night, Ross. Thank you very much to being here tonight with us. It Cobain soon, I hope, because we are really interested in this story. Because I really think that Cobain was killed and it was staged and it was not a suicide. And and I think like Ross that do it. And it's not. Who did it? I who got killed by the gun. 3 times the, let's say, um, 3 times the lethal dose of heroin in his vein. And when you are an addict to this horrible things with heroin, if you do that in 1 second, it's over. You are in the dream. So it's impossible for him to have took a gun, put it in his mouth, and shoot. No way. Courtney, love, not by herself, but indirectly, yeah, for sure, yeah. Could could we prove it? I think so. I think with the help of the police department if they are agree to reopen the case. And I think there is people, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. It sucks because I really would like to talk to you about a lot of things. And I don't know why it. Come on! Wait a second. If you can hear me, just wait a. Okay, I think I'm back. Tell me if I'm back. Tell me if you can hear me. Jeff, thank you very much for your constant support. I can, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Uh, thank you for your $10. Thank you very much, Ross. And I'm for the money. Yeah, that's Ross who said that, and yeah, about Cobain, it's a story completely. There is a possibility that the FBI of Seattle and the police department of Seattle could reopen the case if we. Let's say we could have who today are agree to talk to the police, to the FBI, Courtney, and I think now it's an other time. People are not so afraid of her. Uh, they have, I think, protection. What if Kurt fake is on death? No, no, no. And the death note, the let's say death note that you find, neither garage is not um suicidal note. No, this is not a death note. No, no way. This is there were. It was a note to say goodbye to his fan, to the Nirvana fan. He was in the spirit to to what did the note say? Oh, we could do that with Rose, but approximately say that is done with all of that, with all the music industry, the big concert with Nirvana, with everything, there is no there is nothing that note, or the note was written in Italy, and about this note, the note was found on the garage. We don't know when this note was writing, but there is different handwriting on this note. We can see at the bottom of the letter, it's completely different handwriting. Kurt was not writing like that. And plus, there is the story with the lawyer, and there is so much to say, like GFK. There is so much to say, but I'm come back to what I was thinking to telling you. I'm reading Chaos from Tom O'Neill. This is the CIA, Charles Manson, The Connection, which I think is not far from the reality. I think Tom O'Neill has an open mind and had a good view on what did happen with Manson, with the so-called Tate and LaBianca murder. The murder really happened, but it not was by the Manson family. Vincent Bugliosi, the prosecutor at the time, had created this story of Helter Skelter, and when you read it, it's all BS, all BS. And his involvement with Manson, with Jolly West, Dr. Jolly West, at the involvement with the CIA, the program MK Ultra. Yeah, I'm going to check your interview with Tom. Absolutely. And so that's what I do, because in the same time I'm interested in that, because like I'm interested in the assassination of JFK since I was 15. That's mean 30 years ago. I think I know a lot about the JFK assassination. So I would like to create a kind of new playlist about JFK. I don't know where to start, because there is so much to say. When I see a documentary or a podcast, people spend a lot of time to talk about Lee Oswald, but you need to understand something. Lee Oswald never fired on this day. He don't have killed Tippit. He don't have killed anyone. He was a patsy. He was the patsy. He was office naval of intelligence. This is the secret service of the Navy. He was CIA. He was he was an informant for the FBI. He was doing some stuff with the mob, working together against Castro and against the commies, the communists. And it was a time where everything was really different to 61, 62, 63. He was presumed being reelected for 64. And I think the killing of the New World Order. And I think that's why even Donald Trump, who was in 2017, 16, I don't remember when he was first elected, he was, yeah, I'm going to release everything about JFK. And recently I've seen an interview of him claiming, yeah, I say that, but there is some people, some friends, and nice people who told me, no, don't do that. No, it's not good. No. Okay. I ever understand who he was talking about. Yeah, the CIA. The CIA. I don't like them. I don't like them. This I have already talking about JFK on this channel with different people, and I did I'm freezing again. I hope I'm not freezing again. And everything is related to the military industrial complex to the ones make money with the Vietnam. I think I freeze again. Sounds a bit conspirational. Sure, it was a conspiration. Sure, if you want to to put in place a new world order, do you think you don't need to conspire against government agency? But it was not no. When I all the mob, no. That was people in agency and was asked by the government to do, and I'm come back. I'm back. I hope I will stay just to continue what I was saying. And it works. Watch the situation we are in today. Do you think it was in the idea of Kennedy to have a world like this? He was ready to make the peace with Khrushchev, who was the president of the URSS. He was ready to make peace with. It was not good for the establishment. He was ready to stop the Vietnam War. Come on, there is billion for the pom. And there is a lot of people who spend times with Oswald because, like he was pointed as the killer of JFK and Tippit, and background, he is a really interesting guy, but he has nothing to do with the assassination of the president John Fitzgerald Kennedy. I can bet my life on that. Woman who had never testified before the war on the police. In different book, they were working there at the Texas Book School Depository. African American black male who can confirm that Oswald was there where he say he was in the lunchroom. The three girls the same. So we have 8 people who can clearly say, no, at the time of the shooting, Oswald was there in the lunchroom. But the Commission Warren didn't care about that. They didn't care about that. It was all about making the war and certainly making a lot of money. A lot of money. Because if you want to create a new world order, you need a lot of money. It's not it's not a joke. Why? Because you need to buy everybody, to buy everything, to reconstruct the world at your image. And when you see the world today, the image was not really great. When I see Alan Dulles, the ex CIA director, when I see his face, when I see George Bush, CIA, when I see his son, George Bush Jr., CIA, when I see Obama, CIA, well, this guy, maybe because I'm from Europe in Belgium, so I see things differently than people who live in the United States. It's possible. I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, this is the first book I'm reading because I'm interested in that. For an example, Dr. Jolly West, who supposedly was giving LSD to Manson at Ashbury to give for Manson giving LSD to his follower. Jolly West is the same doctor who had visited different time Jack Ruby in cell, and Jack Ruby was in good health. And when, after Jolly West had visited Jack Ruby, he died from a cancer. Yeah. guy have no soul. No soul. No. I am freezing again. Why I'm freezing like this? I don't like that. So I was saying the second book I'm to read is Ultimate Evil by Terry Murray Terry. Embrace is the son of Sam, David Berkowitz, being part of a cult and being part of stuff with the Church of Satan and stuff like this. But I would like to read his book to see his process, to see, and not I'm not talking about the process church. I'm interested in by his process to thinking and to try to know more about Maury because he was really passionate about this case, the son of Sam. And I would like to also to continue to doing my video about making a murderer. I don't know if I can say again making a murderer because they were making a murderer at the beginning, and after they were convicting a murderer. I've seen convicting a murderer. I don't I don't understand why people have changed their mind after watching this documentary, or they're just watching making a murderer and convicting a murderer, and there was not aware of a lot of things we were aware of, and that's true. We can say the truth. The truth is that we say that from day one. Still, I hope I'm not freezing again. I hope so. Where I was, yeah, I think it's the CIA. I think the CIA doesn't want me to talk about all of that, so they freeze me. No, I'm joking. I don't care. Even if the CIA. I don't care. Yes, David, true. Berkowitz went after the same prey as did Zodiac. Yeah, he was killing in the same way. That's true. But the difference that is what he was saying, it was he was uh, the order of killing was given by a dog of 6,000 years named Sam, and but it was a ruse. After he admitted that there was never a dog who and he was never possessed, and but all this story with other people involved in the cult, and I think Mauritary was really happy to have this stuff because Mauritary was really on kind of tunnel vision. Um he admitted the ruse to provider. True, yeah, true. Uh, I think Mauritary was in kind of tunnel vision. And but it's not a reproach because Maurice Terry had made an excellent job, even if he was wrong. He had made an excellent job. He was really passionate. He has spent his life and he paid on his life about that. He was drinking a lot, and I think he died because he had drink too much and too much stress about this case, and it's not always pleasant, but this is what it is, and so this is what I'm going to do. And yeah, for making a murderer, convicting a murderer, Stephen Avery, Brendan Dassey, the case and the possible murder of Teresa Bach, because for nobody could show me one proof by Jerome Meltdown. Why I'm freezing? I really don't understand what is going on. But for Stephen Avery, Brendan Dassey, for Stephen Avery first, we had never said he was a good guy. We know he had made shit in his life, bad things, not good things. But it doesn't mean that he was a killer. And people who have changed their mind, like people I know, and I continue to talk with them. There is no problem with that. I'm wondering if they they've changed their mind because they've seen convicting a murderer. Because if you know the case, like I know it, there is nothing new in this documentary. If I can call that a documentary, because Candice Owen herself is wrong at least 3 times when she talked about 10 years old. 22? She was 25, Candice. So, no. Is Stephen Avery was a good guy? No. Did he kill Teresa Bach? Nothing show me that. Did Brendan kill Teresa Bach? I don't understand why. If it's the case, if Stephen had killed her, I don't know how it happens. And I would like just say something. There is no proof, and I challenge the proof. Pepper, no. Zalbach on the 31 of October, in the way the prosecution did it happen, I challenge anybody to prove me that the prosecution is right about that, because I can prove everything they say is wrong and false. And there is also a lot of people who say, "Oh yeah, but you are anti-cop," and no, I'm not. There is a lot of good cop. There, I will say, there is maybe 90% of really good cop would do a job and would take risk to protect us, but there is 10% of those cop who are not good cop, who are corrupt and who do things they are not supposed to do because they are law enforcement and they are there to protect us and know to play with our life. And yeah, we have David here. He say Stephen Harry was due a payout just prior to the event. $36 million, and he will jeopardize that and killing the freezing again. Evidence planted in the garage and blood on the car. They didn't have to plant blood. That's not plant blood or DNA. They just have to say, we have found blood and DNA. Why? Because Jerry Buting that I have received on this channel for and Dean Strang was not allowed to make their own test. So, what was the more easy for them? Just to say, we find the blood of Stephen Avery, and this is this is Stephen Avery's blood. Yeah. This is Stephen Avery's blah blah blah. Come on, this is too huge. They don't have to plant the evidence. They just have to say that they find proof that the blood or the saliva or anything was coming from Stephen. But no, no way. There is absolutely no way. Plus, the key, come on, the key. It's, and if you want to kill somebody and dismember her during the day, because it happened all the day, you kidnap her, you assault her, you killed her, you dismember her, you burn her. It's a long day. The smells of the burning must be smell horrible, absolutely horrible, and the ashes of the burn of a body will be everywhere, everywhere. What they found? Blood? No. Yeah, possible human bones. There was a lot of animal bones. I'm freezing again. And So that means that Stephen had put Teresa in the fire, completely dismembered, and a deer, a chicken, and a lamb, because this is the bone they find. Who find that? Somebody who was working for the people who was giving the directive. When the Halbach had received the bones, they didn't know if it was human bones or animal bones. And again, something about Stephen Avery and Teresa Halbach and all this case. When there is a case like this, who the police go to interview first? The family, the close one, people who are close to you, your friend, everybody who can talk to the missing person. And there, nobody is investigated. Nobody except the Avery family. Why? Why? David Bird say the boyfriend. Yeah, my boy, uh, the boyfriend, the roommate, and believe or not, is part of that. And I've talked with people who want to stay anonymous, and I respect that. So I will never give their name. They told me a really interesting story about the night of the 31, and after that I'm going to stop, just tell you the story, who was telling me by different people that I know they don't know each other. On the 31 of October, there was a private party at the house of Teresa making by Scott Brodo. She didn't know that there was a party. So there was Scott Blodorm, Mike Albach, Ryan Illegas, and two black American African male friend with Scott Blodorm, who was there to make a party. Scott Blodorm, who was the roommate of Teresa Albach. Apparently, during the night, or I don't know exactly when, and people who had explained me that they don't know either. But at one moment, something went wrong. An accident, or they don't know, I don't know. Because they know, but there is things they don't know. And what we are going to do, And Michael Bach, who Michael Bach and his friend had tried first to stage something. I'm freezing again. I'm sorry. I'm going really pissed again my internet provider. I'm going to call them tomorrow. Uh, where I was? Yeah, something went wrong. We don't know what. They've planned to do something. It didn't work. They buried her on Coast Road. They planned the car in the residence of Ryan Idegas' parents because the parents was not there. But so they need to find another RAV4. So, but there was Teresa's RAV4, and so they had to change a RAV4 though. So they were in the rush. They were really in the rush to find a new RAV4, but not new, uh, an old one. But they don't have find the same color. They find a blue one who was looking like Little Green. Everybody was looking for a green car. Nobody was looking for a blue car. Nobody. So if you are looking for a green car, you will not stop. No, it could be a car. No, a car is green. So and so they've planned to do a lot of things. They've planned who was in touch with I yeah at the time I think he was directly in touch with Ryan Idegas, and he told him, man, you are in a deep shit, but I could save your ass because we are in a deep shit with the $36 million lawsuit that this guy Stephen Avery has done against us. And people say, "Oh yeah, but the insurance will pay." No, the insurance had say they will not pay for that. So it will be really huge for a small county to pay 36 million to one man, and in the same times being ridiculized by him. So what they did, they planned the second RAV4, but nothing was visible. They not take any picture from the inside. So there was no visible because at the time, what they want to doing after that. So they found the RAV car, the RAV4, Toyota RAV4, and they move the RAV4 to Madison. The RAV4 of Teresa had stayed at Ryan Iligas' parents' residence. We don't know what happened to the car, really, to a car, a real car. And so the sent to Madison. They don't, like I say, they don't have to find evidence. Find here, find there. was coming from Stephen Avery, and the blood here was coming from Teresa Halbach, which tell me that's true. They didn't find anything of Brandon. That didn't have fine, and it's huge. Didn't any fibers, fingerprints. I mean, palm prints. It was a car. They didn't find nothing. They didn't find nothing either for Steven. So Steven had washed the car entirely at the point to destroy the DNA, but left just some drop of blood. It makes it makes no sense. And people today would tell me, "Oh, you are being fooled by making a murderer." Guy, it was a documentary. It was for entertainment. And when I see the documentary, I was really interesting to know if we was something or if it was more political that we think, if it was something else. And so I have studied, like with Eric Cozy, Paul Capaldi, um, with my Wimmy, Sharon Sunshine, with all the team of the time, Linda, um, Milbilly, Jason, we have made reading paper, hearing the phone call, hearing the dispatch, doing, I mean, the job of the police or the lawyer. And when you know everything, you see the puzzle, and you see the completely made up simply to don't have to pay 36 million to this guy and Ryan Iligas of this shit they were in. And it was win-win for the police and for the Halbach. Now the question is, did the Halbach family knew? I don't care. Because if I was me, an investigator, first people I'm going to look like is the family and the lovers one, the people who are close from you. And here, in this case, it never happened. Why? Why? Stephen Harry was so guilty? No. But I agree to talk about that with people who will tell me, no, Jerome, you're wrong, he's guilty, and I'm going to show you why. Okay, come, we will stay polite, like we were today. We will try to stay calm, like we were today, and we will try to have an intelligent debate about the case. And I've already proposed that to a lot of people, but they denied. Somebody tried to me 2 days ago, telling me, Uh, I'm working on this case for 7 years. Show me the proof that he is guilty. I say, I respond to him, no, show me the proof you have he is guilty. He can't. There is a lot of people who see that just like entertainment. But no, it's not entertainment. Zodiac is not entertainment. All the subject we are talking, not specially entertainment. Entertainment. This is real life, real people. It's important justice for children in the future. It's important. Me, I'm 45. I have no children. So could say, well, no. I want to try to left this world better than when I came. Oh, David say I will never brush up. I watched MAM several years ago. Do you know that MAM is still on Netflix? It's still the #1 documentary. It's amazing. It's amazing. But it's sure that Making a Murderer take liberties with stuff and made Steven look like better than he was. But even if Steven had made some bad stuff in the past, it didn't mean at all that he is responsible for the death of Teresa Albach. I told you that I found 2 cipher in that case. In Making a Murderer. Oh, the CTK letter. The CTK letter, you will be but it's true. I have an expert on handwriting who confirmed me this. Yeah, I'm freezing again, sorry. The CTK letter is really simple. I have an expert on handwriting who confirmed me by Brandon. You just have to watch his confession letter with O'Neill when he has blah blah blah. Compare that to the CTK note. You will see it match, but I have asked the advice. He was pushed to write that. By who? I think maybe by his mother. I don't know. I don't know why. Because she was afraid. The handwriting of Brendan Dassey is the same. You can compare the handwriting of Brendan and match at 100%, and I will even say it match at 1000%. What it did that, I don't know. And it doesn't mean that Brandon is guilty of anything. It's just a note. But this is his handwriting. Why he did that? Why did he do that? I don't know. No idea. Absolutely no idea. Maybe he's been tried. Are you talking about the CDK letter is a match for Brandon case handwriting? Yeah? Yeah. And I was surprised that nobody had seen that, even the prosecution. I was, what? Brendan was Malaya Petit for the prosecution, for sure, for sure. I would beg to differ on that. Yeah, because when you heard that for the first time, it's strange why Brendan write the CTK note. Doesn't make sense. But he did. It's a fact. It's a fact. He did. He did it. It doesn't mean that he killed anyone. And I don't think he didn't kill anyone. But what does CTK means? There is different theory Scott Tadic was named. Maybe Scott Tadic who pressured Brandon to write this letter because Scott Tadic at his work, his nickname was Sneaky. Sneaky Key. Yeah, Sneaky Key. And like Brandon, was skinny. And like Brandon was writing misspelling. Maybe when he retranscribe what he was supposed to note in hearing skinny. Maybe he writes Sikiki. Righty. Look what is writing when you write. Sometimes it's a strange grammar. Even the word are strange. But I have nothing against Brendan. Nothing. And nothing against Steven. And I don't think yeah. There is no problem with that. Jerome, I've asked Tom. Yeah, I asked Tom Voigt to come to the show. He denied. You know what CKK is? Tell me. Tell me what it means. CKK. I'm open-minded. Never refuse anything. Also, I have some strong opinion on what another note left inside of every trailer is. And what is your channel, Ed? Sikiki is not skinny. I don't believe that. It's made up word. Okay, Ed, what is your YouTube channel? Like this, people could go and watch what you have discovered in this case. I don't say that I know everything. I just say that I know what I know. It's your name. Oh, so type Edward's Cipher on YouTube. I'm going to put that on the screen for you to see. Edward's Ciphers on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. That's what I'm going to do. And what did he find? And maybe he's completely right and I'm completely wrong. There is no problem with that. Like I say all the time, the only thing who really is important is the truth. Everything else doesn't matter. So I think it's over for today. On maybe this week, I don't know. I'm going to receive Jess Rose, not Melissa, not Melissa Rose, Jess Rose. Sharon Young, we had a voice because we watched show last week, but like you say again now, I have a lot of problem with my internet connection, so I have I have to to solve this problem every week on Saturday. It will change because Ned is come back in the USA work, and his timeline now is different than mine, so we need to change the day and the hour. But when we will find out what is a little bit for me, uh, we will continue to do our show, Ned and I. And Ned, we will be we will be on the back when he will be able to. It's really, really, really busy. Folks, my friend, and I call you all my friend because you are my friend, you are my family, a nice family. I know you too, you want to know the truth for the victim and the victim family, and for more justice in this planet where we breathe all the same air, we drink all the same water, we cherish our future, your children's future. It was John Fitzgerald Kennedy. So I don't know what I'm going to do this week because I need to ask, but I'm going to do something. So I hope you have enjoyed the show. It was a great pleasure for me to do it, and it will always be a great pleasure for me to do the show. It's an excellent show, excellent panel every time, excellent people, really intelligent, good debate. It's really well done. I'm really proud, and I'm really lucky to have those people. Really. and I'm really glad and grateful to have them. Thank you very much to Ross, to Melissa, to Mike, to Vincent, to Jeff, to Druzer, to Richard, to Ned, to Drew, to I'm sure to Cheryl, uh, to Altug, to, um, to everybody, to everybody. Thank you very much. It was again a great night, a great day. I hope you have enjoyed. And if it's not already, please subscribe, push the thumbs up button, and we will see you and until next time, take care of yourself, take care of your loved one,